Hi gamers. How's it going? What's up, Oshik? What's going on? Welcome in, everybody. Alright, so today I think we can finally get this update done. We've basically fixed all of the bugs. So we're gonna try and do that. I know last stream yesterday we were having some weird funnies with the Steam errors being thrown regardless of like how we check for it. So I just want to see if there's any kind of function or something that like in Steam that can check if it's initialized yet or something, right? I don't know. But we'll just mess with that a little bit. I mean, the errors don't mean anything. It doesn't actually cause any issues, so it's kind of like fine, I think, if they get thrown. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah. Let's see here. Just gonna go through some stuff here. One thing I wanted to check is if I'm grabbing all the config stuff properly. Okay. Make sure that this is all false. All right. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so let's just go ahead and hop into it. I realized a couple things on the verified player thing is if a player hasn't joined the server before, I think they'll just automatically get allowed through the whitelist. Which obviously is a problem. Because we have to say else fail is also true. And I think that'll fix that issue. Okay. Let's see down here. That shit'll be good. Alright. So, as for bugs, there's only a couple things that I want to take a look at. If we can't figure it out, then whatever. I'm not going to bother with it, but I just want to see here. Okay. So Steam initiate X. So it's stupid that it still throws an error, even though this is like supposed to have the error here, but it's frustrating. I kind of just want to see if there's some kind of function that doesn't necessarily initiate it, but just check if it can or something. I don't know. So let's see what we have in here. I don't think any of these are what we want. It's probably going to be like down at the bottom, like the Steam view source. Oh. Subscribe, submit. There's this, there's Steam Initiate and Steam Initiate Extra. So I guess there's just no way to know. I guess it has to throw that error, so. So it is what it is, it's fine. I really want to enable this initialization because that's kind of like I don't know. It's how we get the overlay to work in the editor, but I guess if we have to disable that, it's not a big deal. We can just do this and pass in the ID. So we'll do this. If os.has feature. I think that's what I want. Let's make sure. Yeah. So if we're a dedicated server, this is where we set var app ID, right? Will be the default Starground app ID. But if we're a dedicated server, I want to actually change that to our, right, dedicated server app ID. So let me go grab that. Whatever it is. It is this number. Then in here, we just pass an app ID. So that should now initialize the proper type of app. So just out of curiosity, let's see if that does work. I'm going to export as the server again. Save it. Hey, Anonimo, what's up? How's it going? Welcome in. We are currently doing a little bit more debugging on dedicated server stuff, but then we're going to go ahead and move on. So, and I also want to maybe take a look at the whole permissions thing. We might do that too. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just gonna not worry about some of these right now. Stuff down here will just be kind of like, future problems. I'm not gonna worry about Steam Deck things. I do want to take a look at, let's see, I already added that. My throat. Oh, okay. Finally released my first Itch game, so that's exciting. Nice. That's awesome. I'm doing pretty good. I do apologize for the late stream today, guys. I had to go install a printer, so that was a nightmare. But other than that, I'm doing fine. Just working on Starground. So let's see what this runs as. If I go ahead and run it, it should show on Steam that we're running the dedicated server. So, let's see what it does. It said failed to initialize Steam, which is interesting. Yeah, it's probably because Steam wasn't running. Let's try this again. Yeah, it shows that it initialized, so if we look in here, Starground, there we go. So it does show that we're running as a dedicated server now, so that's good. Because before, with our other method of initialization, it was, it still thought I was playing regular Starground, so... Okay. So, I mean, that seems to be working pretty well. And it shows up here now whether Steam initialized or not and stuff. So, we should be good to go. Okay. Well, that should be fine then. I don't think we really need to do this stuff anymore. But just in case, I will do it. And I'll just set both of this stuff to our app ID. Okay. Yeah, this is going to try passing it in with the app ID, so get rid of that stuff. Alright. Okay. And everything else should be good in here. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, that's the audio button click things. Okay. So that's, I think the dedicated server is like good to go. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if we still run into problems on the Linux one. I mean, I don't think any of those errors that we were getting actually mattered, right? Like, I know it seems scary, oh, Steam did not initialize, but it doesn't really mean anything. Right, so I think it'll be okay. So yeah. So let's see here. So the next thing I want to do is get like permissions set up so that we can have like moderators on the server probably. I mean, I don't know. I guess we don't necessarily need that right now. So I'm probably not going to worry about it. But I mean, let's just take a quick look though, a quick gander. See if it's going to be something easy to do or not. Because you have like, okay, this is console only stuff, so actually, why would whitelist be console only? Doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, the only one I want console only is that one. So let's change these ones now. So cheat is false, but not console only. Okay. So let's see here. Cheats, research, TP, give, time, kill. So all these are cheat commands. We only want these to be active if we have cheats enabled, right? So let's do that. I might just make an op command for the console just to make it easy here and mark a user as being an operator, you know? So that's probably what I'll do here. Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. So let's just say, or at least just set permissions, right? So permissions, and we'll make it a, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be console only. So we'll just put it in there. I mean, I wonder if I should rip up this whole cheat versus, you know, all that business. Just so that we can have just a number for the level of authority. I guess I still need to know which ones are cheats, so that's fine. Yeah, so let's just set like a permission level on these. So this stuff will only be the top permission levels, so permission level. And I guess these can just be arbitrary. It doesn't really matter. Just so that you can have more permission levels in between. But I don't know. We'll figure out what levels we want this stuff to be. I imagine like all this stuff is going to be like baby cheats or just like baby permission level. So 1, right, for all this stuff. Mining speed, rain, create. Now create's kind of a dangerous one, so I might increase the permission level on that one, but we'll see. We can change these levels, right? So then all those are going to be, right, permission level 2. And then the top dogs, permissions, and stop. Because stop will just close the server, so... And I guess that one also does not need to be console only then. So there doesn't really need to be anything that's console only. Because I can just make this work for, you know... Now that's the only issue though, is the saving the game and stuff. I'll make that one console. Okay. Permission level 0 by default, right? So you can, anything can work up here. Right, so we have that thing, authority. I don't know if we really need that anymore. The only one we have that to false up here is that. Let's just get rid of authority and just use permission levels for command authority. Okay. So 0 is just like baby mode. Everybody is 0, right? So you can always run help. And this one isn't a cheat, so we're gonna mark it as that. And I'll just say permission level 0. Then 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 3 3. And I guess we can always change those around one day if we decide to, but I don't want to mess things up for people. That'll be fine. Okay. So 1 is basically just regular old cheats. 2 is like the more important things, you know, like banning people, whitelisting people, kicking people. Basically like kind of admin stuff, you know. This stuff doesn't really matter so much. Also, the create command, I think I'm going to mark that as being a high level command. Right. Because that can crash the servers. I'm going to mark it as a level 3 command. Level 3. Okay. I keep doing 2 hashtags. Alright. So those are not cheats. Crate is a cheat, though. It's permission level 3. And all this stuff is 1. I won't organize it by cheats anymore. And then this is just everyone. Okay. Alrighty. So, how we're going to do this is let's go into global and stuff. Or let's actually make this permissions command. Let's just say permission is the command. Command permissions. Just permission. It's going to be kind of like the whitelisting command and stuff. So I'll just duplicate that. Command permission. All right, so we're going to pass in all this stuff. We're passing in add, or we'll just say just set. Permission set, you know. Whitelist. So this is going to be permission set. Username or Steam ID, are they a Steam user or not? And finally, level. And I'll just say in here, 1, 2, or 0 to 3. All right. So, now let's see here. So if we're a dedicated server, let's get rid of that now. Oh, well, I guess that's why I only have it working for the dedicated server. I guess I can just make this call on the server. I'll have to see here. Yeah, because I want people to be able to run these commands not being the server, so let's get rid of this check for dedicated server thing. I want to just be able to run this command on the server, right? So yeah, I might change how the commands get ran then. I don't know. It's tricky. Okay, you know what? Let's just focus on getting the bare minimum set up for making this happen. I'm tired of spending a million years on this, so we're gonna do that first. So then back into here, this one's gonna be console only true. Same with ban list and whitelist. Eventually I'll go through and change those so that they like get ran on the server checks your authority or your permission level, but right now I think that's going to be okay. And then kick should be okay for anybody to run. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I am going to have to make a system, though, for people to actually be able to attempt to run a command, because we have to check that stuff on the server. Because, you know, the server's the authority. So let's go take a look at our, the way that we parse commands, right? Because this is our function that gets called. So let's make this an RPC. Call local. Then go find where we call parse command. And that is right here. Okay, so commands enabled. Let's go find that commands enabled. I need to change that away from being commands enabled to cheats enabled, right? So Okay, so we're gonna change this whole thing. Yeah, I really should, like... I don't need to sync that variable anymore. It just kind of... It's a stupid way of doing it. So let's fix this. Let's stop syncing that now. Or is it commands enabled sync? Turn that off or just get rid of it. Yeah, get rid of this stuff. Commands enabled sync. Okay. Commands enabled. That's going to be cheats enabled. There's no more of this commands enabled sync stuff now. So that's going to become cheats enabled. It's fine. I'll just reset the data for that. I mean, it's not a big deal. All right, so cheats enabled, and then we're gonna go into here. Cheats enabled. That's for the resetting stuff. And then we're gonna change this one. Cheats enabled. Cheats enabled. All right. So that should be all good then. So that's going to be stored on the server, whether we have cheats on or not, right? So let's make sure that's gone. Okay. So now if we take a look at cheats enabled, this is where we're going to parse our command. So we're never going to have commands not enabled. That's just not a thing anymore. So we're just going to say if it begins with a slash, go ahead and parse it as a command. Otherwise, just send it as a normal message. So this is going to be saying RPC ID to the server. So parse command will now only be ran on the server. Yeah, commands are not enabled on the server. All right. So let's go take a look at this parse command functions. This will say we ran on server. So now let's see what we need to do here. It's going to get the args here, as long as there's at least one arg. Command data is that. So we're just going to say if or it's like get multiplayer.get multiplayer ID or whatever. How do I get that again? Is it here? Get unique ID. I think that's what it is. Yeah. So if that's equal to 1, that means we're the server. Right? So by default, we're going to say var permission level is 0. But if we're the server, then we're just going to automatically set it to 3. So now we're going to go ahead and just check if the command exists. So var... Okay, we already get command data. So if command data dot get cheat, right? So we can check if it's a cheat. So if it is a cheat, let's just do this. If it's not a cheat or it is a cheat and global.cheats enabled, then we go ahead and do this stuff, right? Okay. And we will also run this. That's basically just checking if we're the dedicated server or not for a console-only command. So that's either it's not console-only, or we are also the dedicated server. Okay. So now this is where we can go ahead and get our player permission level. So I'm going to say as long as we're the server, our caller ID will be multiplayer remote sender ID. Let's see, how are we going to do this? I guess we'll pass in a Steam ID for parse command. So back over into let's see here. Send this one, new text, and then global.steam. Or we can just say like owner.steam ID or something. It's basically just the player's ID. Let's go look at what that is. Steam ID. Actually, we just run that on the server, so we don't actually have to pass that in. We just get the ID and then we loop through all the players. So for I and get nodes and group players. That's where we say if player.get multiplayer authority is equal to caller ID, then that's the player of the person who called it. So then we're going to say var player ID if player dot steam ID is not equal to 0. Then player ID is equal to player.steam ID. Otherwise, player ID is just going to be player.username. Okay. All right. So that'll give us an ID for the players so that we can check their permission level. So if it's a Steam one, then we know that. Also, we'll say var, right? Category is by default direct. Otherwise, if we have a Steam ID, category is now Steam. Okay, anyways, moving on. I guess we'll just call all this stuff so that we don't end up with like commands that are stupid. Like if you pass in a command, it doesn't work, then hey, have a nice stream. Welcome in. How's it going? Are you heading out? Okay, so we're gonna get the args as long as we have the command and all this stuff. This is where we get the permission levels. Hey, Dabala, what's up? How's it going? How's the CS inning? Not much, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm currently just getting a permission level set up for commands. So like some commands are obviously dangerous, like stopping the server. So I'm making sure that those ones are only for the top level. Frustrating is the word I'm going to use for that. That's fair, yeah. So yeah, I'm just going through here. So we have a permission level thing now. By default, 0. If we're the server, I'm just going to automatically set it to 3. Otherwise, we're going to attempt to set it to whatever we have in storage. Yeah, so I think It's working. Those Steam errors, it doesn't seem to actually matter. It doesn't like change anything. So we're gonna go over that in a minute. I'm just gonna go get this permission stuff set up for the commands really quick, and then we can do that. Yeah, it's gonna be something like that. Now we go back into here. And parse command. I'm basically getting it set up so all commands are run through the server. Because before it was kind of ran like locally and stuff, which now that we actually need to check for permissions and stuff from players, it doesn't really work, right? So here we're gonna say player data is gonna be that. Player ID. As long as it exists. Right, and we're gonna go ahead and get permission level on each of those guys. I'm actually just gonna do this. So category player false. If player data, then we're gonna say permission level is equal to player data and whatever we get for permission level. Yeah, otherwise it just stays at 0. So that should work. I do apologize, Oshik. I did not end up logging onto the server just because I was very busy and I had to do a bunch of stuff, but I really try today to get on the server. So, what do you think is the hardest part when making an online game? I think it's just kind of wrapping your head around it, like, because the thing with networking is it's not deterministic. It's not like you call a function and it takes one frame and does the function. Like, things are asynchronous, so it's really tricky to like make things happen reliably while also like not knowing when they're gonna be finished. It's kind of a nightmare sometimes. There's just so much you have to take into account because of that, right? Because it's like, okay, a player can open a UI, but it might not open that UI until 2 seconds after they click the button. So it's like, you've got to, I don't know, you got to take into account the time it takes for packets to transfer. It's really annoying. And that's usually the cause of all multiplayer issues. But yeah, it just complicates everything, you know? It touches every little part of the game because you've got to test everything and make sure it works with multiplayer, so it can be really tricky for sure. Okay, so let's run through this. Parse command, this is on the server. I will say any peer on this then. Synchronization is my main issue with multiplayer. Yeah. It can definitely be tricky. That's again, I think, just ties into the whole asynchronous stuff, right? Because it's like trying to make things look like they're happening at the same time, even though they're not at all. It's really hard. All right. So as long as we have an argument, command data, I'll just try and I'll just say this. If it's equal to 0, return. Same with command data. If there's no command data, write return. I'm just trying to simplify this code a little bit. Now doing the inverse of this one, let's see. So if cheats are on and cheats are not enabled, then that means it fails. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, that's the only time it's going to happen, right? So let's think here. If, yeah, so, and then by default we'll say false. Because if cheats are false, then it doesn't matter what this is. true. Let's see. So, hold on. It's hard to do inverses sometimes. So the times where it'll fail, where it's bad, is if cheats are true and we do not have cheats enabled. Otherwise, if cheats are enabled, then it's fine. Yeah, that should be okay. Tricky. All right. Now, all of this stuff also. So if it's a console-only command and we're not a dedicated server, then we return. Okay. I think I've got it worked out. See, so now in here we can like print errors or send messages back to the players for what happened or why the command didn't go through. So this is kind of a good thing. So I think we just want to say global.main.send chatbox message, and we'll do that as an RPC ID to send it to our player ID or our caller ID, which we'll actually grab and put it up here. So that's going to go to our caller ID. What else is in send chatbox message? Can't speak, guys. Okay, it's gonna cry and complain. We gotta save it. So username, message, and format username. So then we just say nothing, our message, and it's already set to false, I think, by default. No, it's set to true by default. So we'll just say false. So message will be... Well, there's no message that gets sent back if you send nothing, so let's just get rid of that one. Okay, so command data, for this one we just say command not found. If this one we say cheats are disabled. This one we say command is console only. And now we're good. Okay, so that's just like getting past some of the common error states. Well, so I guess this really shouldn't be possible. Args will never be 0, right? Because it'll always have at least one arg, right? I guess just in case somebody, like, does it weird, so... Or sends an erroneous RPC. So, hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Alright, so now in here, we're getting the info about the player. So if they have a Steam ID, we set it to the player ID, and we're good to go. And that's what we use to check their permission levels. So by default, permission level 0. That means all you can run is the help command. If we're the server, go ahead and automatically grant us full permission level. Right? Otherwise, we're going to try and grab the player data from the user's config and check the permission level. Now, I only want to do that if we are the server, because otherwise we're not going to have a user's config file. I do want to figure out an alternative to storing user data for people, like, not through a dedicated server. I think I'm going to do that through, like, just saving that data inside of the world and then loading it back up and stuff. So I will be working on that eventually, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay. So that'll get the player, if player data, then set the permission level to the new level of permission level. Now down here, command, it's going to load the command, it's going to run it, and then free it. Let's see, command not found. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, this is main, duh. Forgot about that. So I don't have to call all that other stuff. Oh, cursor. Cheats are disabled. Command is console only. Alright, so that should all be good. So this will break some of these commands because it's going to mess stuff up. Because a lot of these commands only work client-side. You know, so if we go look at these commands, a lot of them are fine because they are actually server-side. Like, I think, like, the mature command and stuff, right? It's, yeah, set growth RPC. It does it as an RPC, so that actually works just fine. And, like, what else do we got in here? Ban list. Create effect. I do need to change some of these. Ban list is fine. Create is okay. I'll just make it a rule that commands do run server side now, or maybe we can have another tag for whether they run server or client side. We'll see. So this is command effect. Yeah, so this one's going to be broken because it's not going to work right. So yeah, we kind of broke all of the commands, but we can go through and slowly fix these. We're just going to have to work on that. So yeah, I should probably pass in here like player ID or something if we have a target. Or I guess that's what args are for, yeah. So we'll see on that. But it's okay for now. I just want to make sure that this is actually working. So if I go ahead and load this up as single player now, it should be okay. Like, it should let me run all these commands, or at least the administrator commands, the non-cheat ones. But let's try and run a command that is a cheat without having cheats enabled. Right? Okay, so let's just load up a regular old single player. And now the enable cheats thing. Oh. Cheats enabled. Oh, why is that capitalized? Let's check for erroneous entries. Yeah. I messed up, guys. Cheats enabled. All right, let's retry that. So yeah, I think this permission level will be nice because it's going to be pretty flexible, right? We can say like, okay, you get to do this stuff. You get to kick and ban people, but I don't want you to do that, right? So you can kind of pick and choose who gets to do what. Maybe eventually we can also, I mean, yeah, it should be moddable because since the permission stuff is stored in the server, you can just change the server permissions and then you're good. So it should be okay. So let's try hosting single player. Okay, so we have commands off. So we're gonna go ahead and say /give, right, iron ingot or something. Okay, so it's not happy. This is because it's not the actual player, isn't it? I see. Yeah, we gotta say global active player. Oops. Not owner. Oh, here I say owner.owner, so I guess that'll work. Alright, so give iron ingot. Nothing gets printed. Okay. We're getting errors in here. It's probably a aborted in script local call. Parse command. Expected 1 called with 2. Oh yeah, we're not passing in the Steam ID anymore. Forgot about that. Let's try this again. There we go. So it says, cheats are disabled. You cannot use that command, right? So, but if we do a different kind of, like, cheat, like, let's say run the help command, see, we're able to do that. But the kill command, that's a cheat, so we can't run that one. Now, we can run one, though, that's like, for example, the kick command. And so we can say kick Bob or whatever. Yeah, so just, it fails because nobody's named that. But we should go modify the kick command and just say if we couldn't even find that player, then it just, yeah. Right, player has been found. Then we say else. Right, player, blah, 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 has been found or whatever. Not found. And then we're gonna say RPC ID on that, probably. I guess we do need to know who's calling the command. Yeah, we'll see about that. But now if we run that and we try to kick somebody... Yo, thank you for the cheese time. What's going on, Connor? Okay, so let's see what happens here now. Should be fine. It's gonna send a global message to everybody, which I don't really want, but we'll fix that eventually. We'll change that behavior. But yeah, I guess it probably makes sense then to pass in an ID for who actually called the command, just so the server knows who's who. Okay, because now if we say kick Bob, player Bob not found, right? And if we say kick oh, is that going to be a big issue? Okay, so I've realized a problem here. If somebody has a space in their name, that's gonna cause issues because that's our delimiter for our commands. So we're gonna have a way for people to reference people. It's probably why other games don't let you add spaces like Minecraft and stuff. Hey, K-Mac, what's up? Yeah, we are back at it. We're working on command stuff right now. Yeah, so one issue that I realized with running commands on people's names is if you have a space in your name, it thinks that it's another argument. So we're gonna have to work that out. There's a couple different solutions to that. One possibility, right, is just making it so that if you add in quotations like this, it treats it as being one argument. The other option is make it so that names can't have spaces anymore, but I do want people to be able to have spaces, I think. I guess the final option is just putting it at the very end, right? The name. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Then I have to be careful for, like, what happens, right, if somebody has a quote in their name, right? So let's say you have, like, your name is quote John quote. So if we say quote quote, it's gonna think that's one argument. So yeah, I fixed that as just a matter of multiplayer. It wasn't syncing the data on multiplayer, so of like what the current progress of the bar was supposed to be, so fix that. Problem solved. It'll be all ready to go for the next update, which I hope we can get done soon. It says I gotta figure out these weird little things and quirks like this, because I don't want to put up a public server and then have to constantly update it. So yeah, what are we gonna do about that? Yeah, I guess we can do quotes or something. It's kind of annoying, but... So let's go back to parse command. I guess if we just do quotes, we can just check for where the last quote is or whatever. So like, even if you have quotes in your name, it doesn't really matter, right? So like, this will be fine because it'll say, okay, boom, first quote, and then boom, last quote, right? Now, is there going to be any issue with that if your name doesn't have a space but does have quotes? Like something like that? You know what I mean? I don't think so. Hopefully not. Isn't the kick command handle with its own case? Just check if there's more than one arg and take the rest of them. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking of doing. Like, it's just, I guess I'm thinking about this for other commands where it's like in the middle of it or something. But yeah, it should be fine. I'll just say kick username and just merge all the last args together, right? So for I and args, let's see, for I in range args dot size, and we want to start at 1 or whatever, because we don't want to do the first one. We'll just say var name is that. And now we just say, right, args at index I, or username plus equals args at index I. And I guess I have to add a space, because it's going to get rid of the space, so... I'll say if I is less than args.size minus 1, username plus equals another space. So that should merge all the last arguments, I think, together into one username. And I'll just say, as long as arg size is greater than 2, it should be okay. Or equal to or greater than 2. So let's try that out now with the command. Might have to restart the game. Okay, well, let's see. So it's not combining those arguments, but we can figure this out. Is there any join thing? There probably is, actually. Let's see. Dot join. Yeah. And then you can just join it with the parts of the other one. Like that. Or username dot join with args I. Let's see. So thank you for the spin. Should be a packed string array, but it's a string. Okay, whatever. Let's not worry about that then. Oh, this is going... Do we need to go one more args past this? Because we're saying... Oh, it's just because I'm saying here, we just need to say this is username. It probably is working, I'm just not doing it right. So yeah, Kyrevert, what's up? Welcome in. So if player username is equal to username, then we found the player. Yeah. Alright, let's see what this is printing now. So if I say kick that guy, yeah, now it'll say that's his full name. Bro, what is going on? Yeah. So now let's see what happens if I try to kick myself. Okay, it says that I've been kicked, but obviously you can't kick, you know, the server, so. Okay, so you're saying, here, let me take a look at this then. Usually run join an array. Okay, so we're just gonna say args I dot join. Ooh, what am I doing? Size dot join. I guess it has to be a packed string array, so that. And then we say username plus equals that. Like that. We'll try that. Okay, it's done with slice. So args dot slice. Okay. Begin, yeah, and end args dot size dot join. And yeah, I can't do a string, so it's got to be an array like this. But that might work. Cannot call join and packed string array. The slice return, okay. So that's returning a packed string array. Are you just saying, should I pass whatever the result of slice is into join? But now join, like username dot join, like that. I mean, what I'm doing is working, so. These built-in JavaScript functions terrify me now. Tried using filter and map, went through a lot to finally make because of the limitations, so yeah. Can't cast a typed array to a non-typed array. Really? That's odd. Action is backwards. We do, yeah. So you're saying array.assign, whatever that is, into another array. Resize the array to match array. Yeah, string name is that dot join args dot slice one arg size. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do here. So, I mean, let's try it out. I don't know if it's gonna include spaces though. Okay, it just thinks that the name is nothing. So, doesn't seem to really work. I don't know. Let's just use the one that works. It's fine. There we go. This isn't really that slow, so... Alright. Anyway, so now... Okay, so that fixes that issue with the kick command at least. We're gonna have to go through here and fix a lot of these, but... That's okay. Okay, so this is gonna kick the player. Player username has been kicked. So yeah, I need to know who called the function, and I don't really want to pass in args, because that's specifically, like... for args of the command. So I'm just going to add another thing onto here, which is going to be, you know, player ID, or probably just caller ID, which will be an int. Now that's going to cause a whole bunch of issues, but it's okay. We'll go fix it. So when we run these commands now, and parse command, we're going to say root args, and now we're also going to pass in caller ID, which is just going to be whoever called in here. Yeah, we already have caller ID set. Okay. So all the commands are going to be broken. We got to fix everything now. I was kind of saying how much has been done on Starground. It is pretty crazy, yeah. Starground has gotten complicated. Well, I don't think anybody's made custom commands before with mods, so I think we'll be okay. But I'll let everybody know that the format has changed, you know? Mining speed. Yeah, because I just need this caller ID variable so that I can send back a message for if the command fails. Like, I think for the fail messages for these things, I don't want it to just clog up chat. I only want it to be sent to who actually called the command. So that's the reason why I need to put the caller ID variable in here, because I want to say, oh, this guy with this ID tried to call this command, tell him that it didn't work. You know. So yeah, this will be fine. So I posted on Reddit the other day about someone releasing a game with Godot. He said the bigger the project got, the worse the experience. I mean, I haven't really noticed that, in my opinion. I think it just becomes a bad experience if you don't spend the time to refactor and clean up your old bad stuff, you know? Honestly, I feel like Starground development has gotten easier as time has gone on with a bigger project, because now I have so many systems in place to do things more automatically. Like if I want to add in an enemy or something into the game, I just inherit from my base enemy class and it's like ready to go. So I think that really just comes down to somebody's ability to manage the larger project. I think that issue is universal no matter what language or type of engine you use. Some people do love to hate on Godot, but I really don't think there's much to hate on. Most of the time, if there's a problem, it just comes down to your own shortcomings. But I mean, not that Godot is a perfect engine. Of course, there's a lot of things that I think need improved, but people are quick to blame the tools, when in reality, it's just organize things better and you won't have any problems, you know? But yeah. Honestly, I don't make Starground mods because I don't understand the project. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to make that easier. It's hard. It's just like, if I spent the time to really go through and document everything right now, odds are it's all going to change in a couple days, and now I've got to redo all the documentation. So I think modding is really going to prosper once, like, Starground's finished, you know? And I'm not making constant changes to everything. Because it's just, yeah, it's difficult. I also do want to eventually just start making my own mods for Starground. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. Because then I can go through and, like, go through the modding process, and if there's anything that I find confusing, I can make it better, right? So. I mean, our other option is to, I did see there's that one add-on for Godot or whatever, the modding add-on, that a couple other games use, like Dome Keeper and stuff. We could go down that route one day if we really wanted to. I don't want to, because I like the freedom of, you know, getting the modding working just how we want it, but it might be easier. We'll see. One of the main drawbacks of Godot is the limited tools you have, where you gotta build many things that are available as assets on Unity and Unreal. Yeah. And that's fair. I personally like that, because I don't really like using, like, assets for stuff, because it's, then I don't really understand when something goes wrong. So, but I don't know. To each their own, right? So now in all these, I'm going to say RPC ID, and we're going to pass in caller ID. Okay. Make my own mods called DLC. Well, you know, like free, I guess free DLC then is what I, you know. Okay, so we got that one. Let's see what else we got here. So I'm just gonna start going through these and fix all of these. This one's probably gonna be the same issue. Because I say username or Steam ID, and then whether they're a Steam user. So I think I'm just going to swap the ordering of these args and do what we did on the other one. Right? Okay. So we got to swap 2 and 3. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing with the kick command, where we go ahead and just merge all these together, right? We got an ad starting, guys. I'm sorry. All right, so dedicate server. So I think ID is what we want here, isn't it? Yeah, by default, that's going to be args3, so we're just going to say, instead of username, it's going to be ID. And then, instead of checking if it's just that now, we're going to say if it's greater than equal to 4. So now ID by default is going to be whatever args3 is. So, yeah, here's what we'll do here. If it's Steam, we're good. Otherwise, if it's not Steam, this is where we go ahead and loop through and merge all the stuff. I guess it doesn't actually matter. Might as well just do it. I don't know what I'm thinking. So, hey, what's up, Robbie? I know, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so this will say we dedicate server, number of arguments, pass them in, merge all the names together into one ID thing. Oh yeah, and I guess we're gonna have to change this depending on the type of command we're running here, because this doesn't work. So we need to call from 3 and beyond. An ID by default will just be an empty string. Okay. So now we're gonna add the ID for each thing. Add this space. Okay. And then everything else in here should be absolutely fine, so... And I guess that these can just be called as a general RPC. Because I think you'd want to know whether somebody's been banned or unbanned as like a global server thing, probably. Unless we want that just to be sent to... I guess it's fine. We'll just send that as a right to caller ID. Well, I don't know, but we'll just do an RPC. We will do that, guys. All right. So now it's going to be ban, add, or remove. Are they Steam user and their Steam ID/username? Okay. Next, the crate command. So this one's actually easier now because we don't even need to call this or anything. So we're just going to pass that. And then I'm going to go ahead and print out a thing here, which is just going to be an RPC that says created object located at with file path, you know, plus args 1. All right. And as far as position stuff goes, yeah, instead of saying active player, we're going to change that position. So by default, we're going to say var position is vector200. So if caller, and then we're going to say if global.main or global.world.get, right? Caller ID, and convert that into a string. So if we're able to get that player, so get node or null for player. If player position is player.globalPosition. All right. Thank you for the cheese time. And then now we're going to pass in that as the new position. So it's just going to spawn it wherever the person that called it is. All right, we're getting there, guys. Now, effect stuff, we need to be able to call that on a specific person also. So, hey, bro, what's up? Yeah, I do want to jump into automation stuff today. I'm just going through and fixing some commands in here. Then once that's all working, we're going to, yeah, do stuff in here. Then as the final argument, I'm going to say username. Oh, that's tricky. It's a different number of arguments depending on the kind that you use, right? Huh, how am I gonna know? I guess I can just check what the first thing is. So, okay, we're gonna have to check if it's clear, then we're gonna call that. And we're gonna change the command message depending on that, right? So yeah, we're just gonna say if it's greater than 1. Then if we're trying to run clear and it doesn't work, then we're gonna send this message back to RPC ID, caller ID. All right, so now we say effect clear username on that one. So we have to try and get a player, so let's just do this. What is set ID? Okay. So var player is going to be equal to... I guess we'll just do this again. Get tree dot get nodes in group. Now, actually, I don't know if you can call get nodes in group. I think it might cause some issues, so... Yeah, I think we can't say get node. I think we have to say root.getTree. I have to go make sure I didn't screw that up everywhere else. Well, we'll figure that out wherever we did do it wrong. So for I in, or for player in that, say if player dot username is equal to username, player is equal to player. Player reference. All right. And var username by default will be an empty string. What do you rely on for more modularity? Do you use signals a lot? Yeah, signals are really helpful because it allows you to like, things aren't interconnected as much. Like, let's say we have a signal for when a building breaks or something, or what's like a good example? Let's say I emit a signal for when a research is done, right? If I want something to happen when a research is finished, it's really easy for me to just say research complete dot connect, and then I can run whatever function I want. And it doesn't really matter what the other functions are, because it's just like, it's, so here's a good example. Let me just draw this out, because I always think of a lot of this stuff like visually in terms of like how it connects to each other. So let's do that. Come on, load up. Come on. Okay. So, new image. So, the nice thing about a signal is like you have this little segmented area of code running or whatever. Let's say this is my like world manager and it's handling all the code that's managing like the research in Starground. So it's like calculating, okay, what numbers is everything supposed to be? What's the current progress of everything? So then like from that point, a signal is basically just this little like interface, right? That's out here and that anything can come and access. So this all stays the same. I can modify this and change it and do whatever, and it's not going to mess up anything over here as long as this signal's the same. And likewise, I can add in functions over here that connect and do whatever I want over on this side of things as long as this signal stays the same. So it's basically a way to like add like breakpoints, like thing, like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just nice for, because normally, let's say that you, like, didn't use a signal. I think that's the best way to see the difference, right? So you have your thing over here or whatever. This is the server running everything or whatever. One node. If you don't have a signal, these nodes over here are going to have to like statically reference this node. You're going to have to set some kind of variable or something. So this is going to have to know the exact path to this node, or this has to know the path to this node. And so let's say that you ever move this node or change the function or something. Now all of a sudden the function's not the same over here, or the path that it's located at is not the same either. So you just like end up with a lot of problems. Signals are nice because they're just kind of this, I don't know, you connect it and then you're good to go. Even if these nodes move around and change and stuff, you're still connected to this signal. Obviously, you have to know, like, you have to be able to reference this node at least initially so that you can grab the signal, but once you've got the signal, you can do whatever you want. So signals are really good just for the flexibility. And it's just a good way to organize things. Most of the time with games, like, you're waiting for a specific event to happen. Like, you're waiting for the player to click left click or mine something, or an enemy to do something. So, like, signals are great because it's basically just that. It's waiting until something happens, and then once it does, tell everybody to do whatever when that thing happens. Basically, it's like event-based programming. So it's really good. Yeah, I highly recommend signals. It's a little weird to get used to them. I know, like, when I was first starting out, I didn't really understand how to use them properly, but once I did, yeah, they're pretty nice. So I recommend it. Okay, so this is where we're gonna loop through the players. And now we're also gonna do the same thing up here again. All right, so right here, if we're running the clear command, we're gonna run from 2 to the end of our args. And that's where username is gonna get appended here. So once we have our username set, we're gonna loop through all the players. If our username is the same as our username, then we know the reference to our player. So we'll just say as long as if player reference, now we run all this stuff in here. And here I'll just say player whatever not found, right? Plus username not found. Yeah, I did switch away from Paint.net. I was getting tired of how stupid it was, so I decided to finally do that. Thanks for the information. Sorry for the delays. No, it's all good. I was doing my game without heavy use of signals, and now understand what a powerful tool it is in this engine. Oh yeah, it's definitely very nice. I wish that I used signals more, and I did, like, because one thing that I see a lot of people do is this thing, it's a signal bus. Basically all it is just having a script that has a bunch of signals in it, like usually a global singleton, which I've been kind of doing with the global singleton that we have. You can kind of see my signal bus here. There's stuff like, you know, mods loaded, skin changed, full screen changed, and this is like for loading the world. Has the day changed? Has the world been fully loaded? You know, resources generated? Whether somebody's starting to host, starting to connect? Has the level been changed as like a per player basis? Did the rain stop or start when the weather state is changed? So it's really nice. Yeah, having a signal bus is a great way to do signals in a way that, like, is just so flexible. I would highly recommend making a script, call it signal bus, make it a auto load up here, a global, And then you can just access a bunch of things very conveniently, right? And it's also a great thing for modding and stuff too, right? It's just, yeah, it's just easy to test for that stuff, so... yeah, I recommend it. So amazing you did all this, so I appreciate it, yeah. It is a lot of work, but, you know, it's kind of fun. I think the enjoyment and motivation to do it is the biggest thing that's helped me, right? And also not being afraid to rip up old stuff. I know it sucks to have to redo code, but, like, the time I've spent refactoring and making my old stuff better has been the most helpful things. Because, yeah, it's a temporary setback, but it's going to help you so much in the long term, so... yeah, like, I still remember when I, like, ripped up everything and put it into an ID table and stuff. It was like, oh, is this a good idea? But now, thinking back on that, it's like... it's definitely the move. If I didn't do that, it would have been a nightmare, so... background music is nice, thank you, yeah. Yeah, that's, we've got a bunch of different tracks in there. Mostly Ace's music, but we're trying to throw in some more, video game tracks and stuff, so... alright, so this is going to say, okay, we're trying to clear a player's effects, so we're gonna build our username, find our player. If we have a player reference, aka we found a player, then say cleared all effects of, you know, the player username. And then return. Otherwise, we say, we couldn't find the player. And something I also want to do here, just for convenience, is, let's see here. Make it so if we don't pass in a username, right? Then we go ahead and just say... so args is size 2. Yeah, we have to say if args.size is greater than equal to 2 or to 3, because we have 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Hey, Satellix, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Man, what is going on? How are you guys doing? Yeah, we are currently doing some funny server stuff. We'll go over that. But what were you up to today on your stream? Sorry, let me read this stuff in here. When you're going over localization yesterday, how do you plan for that? Yeah, so Godot is really nice with localization. It has auto translation stuff. So whenever you plop down a label or whatever, it'll automatically translate your keys over. And then in the cases where I can't do auto translation, I think I mentioned it, you just call TR and then put in your message in here and it'll automatically translate it. So it's pretty convenient. I do like the localization system in Godot, it's nice. I probably would have formatted it differently, knowing, like, I don't know, if I went into this again, I would probably say, like, key translation, or just have a more unified format for how to do the translation keys, but it's okay for now. A lot of struggling with my NPCs seeing through walls. Yeah. Got it fixed. Nice. You're just fine. Heard some praises here. Let's go. Appreciate it. Got Starground yesterday. Let's go. Thank you so much for grabbing that. Yeah. We are, believe it or not, working on Starground. So what I'm doing is just a little more dedicated server stuff, and then we're going to finally move over to the big automation update. So I'm just fixing up a couple things with commands right now. I added a permission system for different people. So, like, let's say you have a permission level of 0. Thank you for the cheese time. Yeah, the chair on the left, it's it's the chair that I'm sitting in right now. It's a whole thing. Initially, was it, I think Oshik wanted a chair cam, but I said no chair cam, let's just put an image of my chair there instead. And so now we decided to turn it into a 3D model because we have the Twitch overlay stuff, so. But yeah, anyways, so if a player has a permission of 0, that basically means you're the lowest level permission, you can't really do anything. If you have a level of 1, you're able to do like cheats if they're enabled. A level of 2 means that you can do like administrator commands. So stuff like kick and ban and whitelist. And then 3 is like the danger zone. So that has the commands stop and create. So stop ends the server. It tells the server to stop working. And then create is dangerous because you can easily crash the game. So you got to know what you're doing if you're going to use create. But yeah. So I'm just going through the commands and getting it set up so you can kind of reference specific people with them instead of just always being on yourself. I want somebody to be able to say, give to a specific player an item or something, right? So yeah, sort of what we're working on. Yeah, it sounds like we're making more steady progress as usual. It's getting there. It's a lot of work going through here and adding in all the different possibilities for the commands and stuff, but it's coming along. So this one's checking if we're specifying a username. Otherwise, we're gonna say in here, for player in root, get tree. So we're not specifying a username, so then we're just gonna try and get the caller ID. So we're gonna say root.getTree, get nodes in group, players, or we're not gonna do that. We're gonna say global.world.get node or null. And just say player reference is equal to that, and caller ID. So that's essentially just gonna grab a reference to the current player, and then if we have a player reference, otherwise, username not found. So should work. All right. What's your thoughts on GD script? I think it's pretty nice. I mean, I haven't really ran into any big issues with GD script before, and honestly, it seems to run completely fine. Some people say that it's slow or whatever compared to C#, but it's really not. It's only slow if you do stupid code. I mean, I feel like Starground is one of those kinds of games that are very prone to being laggy and slow, and I've still been able to get through fine. I mean, Starground isn't the best running game ever, but it's not like a mess. You can still play the game. Hey, what's up, Finn? Welcome in. Did you find that implementing of dedicated server setup offered you any unique challenges? It's definitely weird, because, like, it's made me have to change a lot of the base game multiplayer stuff. Because, like, adding in stuff like this, like a whitelist and ban and, like, all these server-specific commands, now it's like, okay, well, I need to go back and change it for the regular hosting, too, and make that better. So, you know, it's weird. I've got to change a lot of things, but I know that overall it's going to be for the better. You know, it's going to help Starground multiplayer as a whole. So it's worth it. Just don't want to start with proprietary code. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, it's basically just Python. You could probably take Python code and translate it into GDScript pretty easily, or vice versa, so I wouldn't worry so much about that. I mean, I don't know. I think the thing that matters more is not necessarily the code, but just the logic patterns and stuff, right? Like how it's actually doing its stuff versus what the actual characters are written out, so... C# will definitely help the resources heavy parts, but not a necessity. Yeah, with the mic static, I've been trying to fix that stupid issue forever. I really don't know what's causing it. You guys can probably hear it every once in a while. It's like popping. I don't know what's going on. I think it's a computer issue. I've got to try it on a different computer or something, though, just to make sure. I don't know. So you sort of ended up having, or helping you polish your standard server? Yeah, just all the multiplayer stuff. That's why it's always good to do things like this. Like even when I added modding and stuff, like It's annoying and sucks, but you know, it's fine. Love design patterns haunting me in every project. Yeah. Hey, Desrazer, what's up? Yeah, there's so many audio things and stuff. I know. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's a power cable next to my XLR or anything. I think I got a new interface, so I don't even know anymore. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, it's some kind of resource thing. I changed some settings in Task Manager for like the Windows audio process. You know, increasing the priority and setting it to its own CPU thread, but still popping, so I don't know what to do. I gotta test other things. Yeah, I feel like getting the hang of making moddable games is such a useful skill. It's been very nice, and it's also just great for me too. Because if it's easy to mod stuff into Starground, that means it's easy for me to add content also to Starground, right? So it's kind of that whole thing again of like eating your own dog food or whatever. It's you know, like using the systems you're making yourself is good because then it gets better. It's a way for you to test and improve things. Yeah, I've been thinking about how well that relationship works, how I might need to radically approach my dev differently. Yeah. You type in? No, I don't, but apparently that's the saying. But yeah, it's just good. Like I've worked on a couple little other random games and stuff. And it's nice to like take a lot of the design patterns that I've developed and kind of learned in Starground and apply them to other games. Because it really is universal, you know? The code might not be 100% translatable, but I can still take the same concept and the pattern, the logic pattern, and use that again, right? So it's nice. Some people go through the trouble of like making plugins and stuff, like their own plugins for Godot, which is cool, but seems like a lot of work. I don't know. Yeah, logic flow in your neurons is universal. Yeah, for sure. By the way, how's your music connected? Yeah, we've got I've been working on a Twitch overlay, which has been kind of a lot of work, but it's at a pretty good spot right now. Essentially, what I have for the music stuff in OBS is this is the window, and I just have this as a video source on OBS. So, essentially I go to the Twitch overlay, run it up, and then I can connect all these different events and stuff. So like when somebody runs a command, when somebody raids, when an ad is starting, just a whole bunch of this stuff in here. This is using the Twitcher by Gamedev. So I would recommend if you want to do like Twitch integration stuff with the Godot, it's pretty nice. I've had a good experience with it. Let's see, Twitcher, Godot. So yeah, and I know that Twitcher V2 is in development, so I'm excited for that one because I would love to, you know, work on all the integrate all the V2 stuff. I think it's already out, so I'll have to go check on that. But yeah, Twitcher's very nice. It's got a lot of functionality for doing Twitch stuff in Godot, so that's how I'm able to do all these signals and stuff and connect it to my, you know, Twitch account. Custom A or get hands on this stuff, yeah. So yeah, I just play all the music in Godot. I just have a little script in here that essentially runs through my list of music. It's up in here somewhere, right here, and it just loads it all in as streams, and then it just picks a random one down here. It just pushes back the name, the stream, and then somewhere in here it's playing. I think it's right here. It's like playing the audio somewhere in here, but yeah. Stuff like this helps tons when you don't want to burn months building around Twitch implementation. Yeah, for sure. I thought about doing my own like hands-on manual connection stuff, but then I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not doing that, you know? Yeah, it's all just files. I downloaded all the music and it's just on my computer. I used to use Spotify, but I like the freedom of like being able to pause the music and like just automate it better in here. Because now it's just, you know, I can grab a song, I can start playing it, fade it out, do whatever I want. So it's kind of nice. All right, see you, K-Mac. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Gotta figure out how to load the music files and get them working in Unity. Yeah, I don't know how... In Godot, it's pretty easy, because you literally just file access, get the file, and then you say load. So, it's pretty easy here, but... Say, D-Rank Coder, thank you for the follow. But, yeah, I don't know how to do that in Unity. Never mess with that. Yeah, it's very nice. I do like that part of Godot of like just being able to load resources so easily. You don't have to pick the audio device. I think by default it's just going to be your default audio device, but Godot does have functions for letting you create a menu to choose your audio device. I think it's like audio server dot set device or something. I don't remember the function, but I've used it before. Yeah, get output device list right here. And then this returns like all the different output devices. And there's another function in here. I don't remember what it's called. It might be like OS or something, or it's probably an audio server. That's set output device. Something. But yeah, I don't even need to bother with that, but I could make a little menu. I do have this as like... On my overlay, I have a little menu. Oh, I did set it up. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's for some reason when I opens this menu, the OBS turns full screen. But when I click on this, I can choose. Oh, this is for my microphone. Okay. But I could do the exact same thing for output also. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, the donut. That was a donut speed run. I was in a phase for a minute where I was seeing how fast I could model a donut. I got down to like 2 minutes, I think, for a full donut, so that's pretty good. That was one of the speedrun donuts that I did. Godot does so many things, right? It's wild. Though I don't use it myself actively, I still super appreciate it. Yeah. No, it's nice. I've really enjoyed it, yeah. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this is the overlay. I was like 2 minutes. Yeah, I know, it's pretty quick. I got down to a pretty good time. I probably could do even better if I really practiced. I did about 5 runs or whatever. But yeah. It's kind of good to do that. It's, I don't know, it's just a fun little activity to do. See how fast you can, you know, model. Let's see here. Okay, so this is gonna do the whole username thing again. So now instead of... So let's see, we don't want... What's the other command? So we have add, remove, clear. Yeah, thank you for the posture check. So now I need to specify, so 0, 1, 2, 3, so it's gonna be 4 and beyond. Right here. So that'll become the new username. And then this is where we're gonna get our player reference again, which is just the exact same code. And then, yeah, this is getting the ID. Effect is not in the found list. This is just saying ID not found. And this is for adding the effect. Thank you for the G's time. Been starting to do that for getting into digital painting. Ah, nice, yeah. Just take an hour and try to paint a recognizable apple right now. That's good, yeah. It's always good to just set out little goals like that. I've done that a lot with Blender, where I'm just like, gonna give myself like an hour, make a little thing, make a little ocean environment, or make, you know, just setting yourself like some tasks. It really helps you learn, just being able to go through the process of it all, you know. So yeah, and also that cheese time thing is also through the overlay. What's nice about the overlay is it's actually a 3D environment, and like I'm in there. So this is me right here. I have a physics shape on me so that the cheese collides with me, and then also the water. So here, just as an example, if I redeem hydrate, this isn't a real hydrate though. You can see the water like sheds off of me. It's not perfect because I can move around and then it's not the same in here, but it's kind of fun though. Yeah, I found the time constraints is super helpful for not overdoing things. Yeah, that's the part about game jams that I actually really like, is the time constraint, right? Because it's the exact same concept of like giving yourself a set amount of time to be able to do something. It makes you like just get better at being faster about things, right? Having so much fun the overlay stuff too. Just beware. I know it's really easy to like just keep adding stuff and falling down a massive pit into the overlay ecosystem or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of shocked me to see me were nuts. Yeah. It's a whole new category of fun. It is. It's pretty fun to do the overlay. It's a nice little like vacation from Starground, you know what I mean? Okay, so that's good there. So this is adding an effect. So obviously length must be a valid thing. So this is where we say if player reference, then we do that stuff. Otherwise, we say player not found. Same message up here. And we just return. So now in here, we're just going to say player reference, not apply effect. And we'll send that chat box message. So applied effect to player, right? Godot, stop making two of them. Oh my god. Okay. So applied effect ID to player for X seconds. Okay, so that should work. Massive pleasure discovering you. Gotta head out. Take care. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your night. Get some good Z's. Gotta get sleepily here. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, gamers, for popping in. Drinks is the party version, yeah. All right, and then we're gonna remove down here. So again, if we have a player reference, then we say player reference dot remove effect, and I'm pretty sure that has to be an RPC. We'll go double check on that, but yeah. Also up here, player reference, let's just set that to be a type of player. So now I can, yeah, so remove effect is not an RPC, which is interesting. But that probably should be. Interesting. Effect nodes, erase, queue free. Huh. Well, we might have just fixed a bug there with that command. We'll see. All right, final thing is that if I don't pass in a name, I want to do what we did up there, which is basically just using the person who called it as the user. So. All right, so let's grab, let's see, it's this one right here. We just try and grab the caller ID, so So we need to say here, if args.size is greater than or equal to 4, which means we are passing in a username. Otherwise, we pass in the player reference. Okay, so I think that command's all done. It's going to be a lot of work. We're going to have to test this a lot, but... Oh, right. Cheats are disabled, so let's go enable those. So yeah, fail to run command. So now we're going to say effect add poison or something, right? For 1 second. And if I don't pass in a username... Okay. It says player nothing not found. So... Why is that? Let's go figure that out. So it should be calling up here, this player reference thing in here. Let's just print... Let's make sure that's working. It doesn't seem to be printing that, so that's probably just wrong in there. So we need to say if it's... Let's see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It should be if it's greater than 4. Let's just print out args.size just to make sure. See what this prints out. Okay, so that printed out 4. That doesn't make any sense. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that does make sense. So it needs to be if it's greater than 5. And then let's also check for clearing really quick. So effect cleared all effects of. So I might have to fix that. But it did work. Yeah, so down in here, if we have a player reference, then we'll just say, right, if player reference, username is player reference dot username. And same with all these ones in here. If player reference, set it there. If player reference, set it there. Okay. All right, let's try this. So now if we say effect clear, yeah, we're cleared all effects of this guy. Let's add our poison effect, add poison 1. It did not add poison to me, although it did say my name. Say my name. Is it just I'm not doing it for long enough or something? Okay, so that's, we gotta figure that out, why it's not working. We should be saying in here, let's see. Add, right here, apply effect, player reference. Our set ID. Yeah. I'm just gonna print out what player reference is in here. Yeah, it says character body. So I wonder why it's not applying. It's kind of odd. I'm not really seeing any errors in here. It should be working. It's because I'm not calling getNode properly? No. It's kind of odd. Player reference dot apply effect. Let's print in here and make sure it's working. Did that print out? It is printing, so I'm not really sure why it's not applying the effect. Unless it's the wrong ID or something. Starground effect fire. Okay, that's odd. So I can give, oh, I'm stupid. It's because I'm wearing the gas mask. So obviously it can't apply the poison effect because I'm invulnerable to poison. Okay. So it is working. So yeah, now we can apply to a specific player. And it's nice how it's set up now, because if you don't specify a username, it'll just apply to yourself. So if you say effect clear, it just clears it from yourself. Otherwise, you can say like effect clear of Joe, and then it'll probably say Joe not found. Yeah, player Joe not found right there. So that is working pretty well. I think I messed up in here somewhere though. I'm not returning when I'm sending a message. Oh yeah, if player reference. Else it should be there. That's for clearing, yeah. Then I have to say player not found right here. So let's try that really quick. If I say clear Joe, yeah, nothing works. And then if I say effect, yeah, add poison for 10 seconds, it just works. Alrighty, that's epic. Okay, I know that command took forever, but effect is one of the most complicated commands we have, just because it has an ID, it has add, remove, or clear, and a length, and a username. So it's got a lot of different things that go into it. But now we should be set. So on to the give command. I think this is going to be way more simple. I mean, you can just look at the code and see that it is, right? So we're going to copy over some of the same things over here. We'll say, hey, what's up, Zen? How's it going? We've got all that stuff. So now we got to find the player down here, so we're going to do that. So username, let's do that. Var username. For player and root. Oops, now we're going to use root. If player username is our username, then we're going to say var player reference. So type of player. Okay. Now we're going to say if player reference. Then we're going to create an item at the position of our player. And say send chat box message RPC, gave stuff to that player. Otherwise, we're going to say player not found, you know. And that's it. That command's done. Actually, not quite yet, but basically done. Currently on vacation, 2 provinces away from my hometown. Oh, okay. Beard, yeah, I've been grinding out a little bit. I finally got my beard oil, my beard butter. It's pretty nice. It helps a lot with like the itchiness because it softens it all up. So it's pretty nice. I think if I use it for a while, it'll continue to work. It'll work even better. All right, so let's say if we haven't passed in a username, let's just say if our args is greater than 1. Yeah. So if we've got that, we're good. But now we've got to check all this stuff. So /give. It's got to be greater than 2. Because we need to know the ID. So yeah, if it's 3, then we set the amount to that, whatever, or we just do 1. And then down in our player stuff right here, so if args.size is greater than or equal to 0, 1, or 1, 2, 3, 4, then we do that because we have the player. Otherwise, we do the same thing over here that we did, where we grab our, we try and get the player reference here. Cool. So now if I just say /give stone, it should have worked. Failed to run command. Beer and butter, exactly, yeah. What language am I using? I am using GD script. It's the default language for Godot. You can also use C#, but I figured just why not use GD script, right? Oh, that's if it's greater than 2. Whoopsies. Let's say greater than equal to. Cool, so now if I just say give stone or whatever, it just drops it straight on my position, right? But then if I say give stone to Joe... Oh, right, if I'm saying that, I have to specify an amount. Then it says player 1... Ooh. Player 1 Joe... Oh... I'm doing it at the wrong index here. This has to start at a 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's my bad, guys. So let's make sure I'm pretty sure I did all the ones in effect correctly, but let's double check. Because we don't want any issues in here. So that'll start at 4. Let's see. That makes sense. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, so now in game, if I go ahead and say give stone 1 to Joe, then it says Joe is not found. And if I just say 99, it just gives it. Okay, cool. And this is all working server side, or at least it should be. We're gonna load this up, of course, into right, the server and make sure, but username not found. Oh yeah, this is all, we gotta make sure that we're doing these. Let me make sure. That one's good. That one's all good. Okay, so for give, we need to say, right in here, send chatbox message .rpc ID with our caller ID. Okay. That one's fine. We do not need to do that anymore because we don't need a call to the server. That should all be good. Okay. Hey, welcome in. Greetings from Brazil. How's it going? And let me go make sure the effect one is all good in here because I probably missed a bunch in here. Yeah, his username not found. Oh, this must be why it was messed up in here. Yeah, that makes sense. I see. Oops, actually, yeah, I gotta return here. Yeah, and see, this has to be an RPC ID now. Same with this one. Applied effect, player not found. Removed effect, that should be an RPC. And then this should also say from. And then username. And then same with the clearing up here too. Cleared all effects of, yeah. Player, okay. Fantastic, bombastic, awesome. Lovely PVZ soundtrack, yeah, the Plants vs. Zombies music is awesome. That's why I decided to add it. I've had some weird dreams lately, oh yeah. It's like it makes me be in the Better Call Saul universe and some random stuff, yeah. That's crazy. Wacky. Alright, let's see if we can speed run this. var player reference. It's going to be type of player. var username. It's going to be that. Let's go over to here. We're going to copy this stuff. So if arg size is 2. Or we have to say if it's greater or equal to 2. Okay, so we're gonna get the username. That's gonna be everything past 0, 1, 2. That's gonna generate the username. And if size is 3. So, if player reference, then we do all that stuff. Otherwise, return and say player not found. Okay, then we're going to pass in the username there. I think I fixed it here too, right? Username. Let me just make sure on those also. Back clear length, username, create file path, ban list, username. Okay. It's back into the God command. So that'll grab the player. If a player reference. We're gonna have to set some stuff in here. To the, let's see, not to the caller ID. I guess we'll just say .rpc enabled God mode of player username. So this one's okay. We say player reference .apply effect RPC. But yeah, all these other ones are kind of a problem. Actually, these ones are okay. But this global.noclip variable does not work. We gotta change that one now. And then we just reset all this stuff. I think this should be call local. And I guess this should also be any peer. Same with remove effect, probably. Apply effect, has effect. Yeah. RPC, call local, any peer. Okay. Then it should be good down here. Clear effects. Yeah. Just making sure that the effect stuff is going to be okay. Let's go double check in here for removing. I should say remove effect at RPC. Now remove effect should be in here. Okay, we're good. It's back to the God command. So the only thing in here that we've got to work out is this noclip variable, because it's being set weird, or it used to just be a global thing that you set, but now it doesn't work. But that's okay, we can fix that. Ad is about to start. Snooze that. Okay. That should be all good in there. All right, so the only thing we've got to fix is the noclip variable, because right now how noclip is set up is it's just a global variable. But that's kind of not good. Do I have noclip referenced anywhere else? Obviously in the command God, and then in command noclip. Yeah, this is the only spot I set it. I just say right here. Okay. So we're just going to change this to a local variable called noclip. And add this into the player. So this is as long as not noclip. Same with over here, noclip. And then we're going to be syncing that variable from the server. So down here on our server synchronizer for our player, server synchronize, I'm going to sync player no clip. So that should be for the better. And then we should be good to go, because now no clip is just, we shouldn't reference anywhere global.noclip. Yeah, so we're still gonna have to set that, but it's okay. So player reference.noclip is now true. And same down here. No clip is false. See, because zoom limit's already attached as like a variable to the player, so it was kind of weird that before no clip was a separate thing. I don't know even why it was like that, so yeah. Now here I can turn that off. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. How's it going off the rails? What is all this stuff? Oh, that's the no clip stuff, so we'll work that out. All right, so that's fixed. God command is done. There's so many commands. You don't think about how many there are until you got to go through every single one. I guess let's go ahead and test it. Because I don't want it to be bad. Just getting some stuff together before I start working on my Go IRC client again. Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, how did that go? I think you said you were streaming that yesterday. How was that? All right, let's see what happens here if we run these commands. Here we go. /God. Cheats are disabled. No, that's fine. /God. Yeah, failed to run the command. /God true. Yep. Now, I don't know why that says player. That's odd. My name is not player. Oh, it's just because username wasn't set. We just have to say username is equal to player reference dot username. Let's try that. All right, one person from your channel came over and watched a bit. Nice, that's awesome. I feel like I'm vibe coding too much. Yeah, I try not to do any AI stuff. I mean, I know a lot of people recommend it or whatever, but it's just, I don't know. It always comes to bite me eventually. I actually want to learn what I'm doing, you know? See, I don't do any AI. No AI. But okay, so I should be able to say like Joe. Yeah, player Joe not found. So we'll have to test all these again, obviously, in multiplayer, but so far pretty good. So the help command, this one is kind of broken now because with permissions and stuff, it's completely different. But it's actually kind of good because now I can just check what can you do based off your permissions and send back the list from the server. There's no garbage on the client, so. So should be pretty easy, I think. So let's fix this one. PC, well, that should be good in there. Okay. What if all the streams have been AI this whole time? Maybe. None of you would ever know that. Okay, so commands. Sorry about the ads, guys. Commands is that. For I in commands table. Yeah, this is just adding back the commands we can actually use. So if that or that, then add the command. That's just saying, as long as it's a console command and we are the console. And then we also have to check permission levels. So that's what we got to do here. So var permission level by default 0. So if we are the dedicated server. So we did this exact same thing over in, I think, multiplayer setup with parse command. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, all this stuff. Cheats are disabled, so we're gonna have to work on all this stuff. But right here with the permission levels, I'm just gonna have to grab all this stuff and go back into help. And we'll only run this stuff once up here. So permission levels up there. All right, so we're gonna run through the players, get our Steam stuff. If we're the server, our level's 3. Otherwise, we get whatever we have in there. So now we just run through here, and it should be pretty easy. So basically the same check as parse command. We just go back into here, parse command or whatever. And it's just all these checks, really. I'm just gonna copy this whole function. We're just gonna transfer things over into here. Okay, so we got to check for, yeah, command not found, which we don't need to do that because we're just looping through our thing. We can get rid of all that stuff. So this is checking for cheat stuff. Let's check the console only thing. Ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Here, this is what we got to check for console only. So basically, I think we can just say continue. Let me look this up. Go break 1. I'm pretty sure, let's see, Godot, continue, keyword. Continue will just skip, yeah, immediately skips to the next iteration of the for or while loop. So on this stuff, we can just check. If that's bad, go ahead and continue, right? If that's bad, go ahead and continue. So if cheats, if we can't do it because cheats, we can't do it because console. Actually, I did that one, so I think we're all good there. And that's just grabbing all the permission level stuff, so we should be good already. Now, this is where we have to grab our permission level, so we have to say if command data.get permission level by default is 3, I guess, if we don't get it, or 0. So we just have to say if our permission level is less than that, then we continue. Otherwise, if all that is successful, then we add it on. I think I might have accidentally deleted a thing, but it's okay. then when I say this, I can't say, I gotta say root dot get that. So player.get multiplayer authority is equal to caller ID. Actually, that's not the same, right? Let's see, we have a caller ID. So if that person is the person calling the function. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. So now if we're the server, we have 3, otherwise we get that. Now, we're going to loop through each one in here. We're going to get that. If command data that. Otherwise, we're going to pass commands that, like plus equals whatever I. Make them plus a string. Let me go check what it was before. I should have saved that. I don't know what happened here, but let's just go look at what it should be. So we need to look inside of the command, GitHub, tables. Oh, I'm on the wrong project. I guess I'll start going at. Hey, Lemur, what's up? Welcome in. You can get one if you want. I don't really have hats set up yet, so you know. I can't promise that it'll get done soon, but eventually. Here we go. Command help is what I'm looking for. Okay. It's just that plus a string. So I was already doing it right. Alright, so if we save that and we check our permission levels, now we should see everything. /help. Yikes. Get unique ID. I guess we just need to say if multiplayer dot is server. Oh, right, it's a bool. It's like the skin. Well, skins are in the game, so you get the skins. I did do it. Non-existent function new. Oh, I'm probably, I probably need to restart everything. It's probably dead now. Let's do that. I don't know if you ever, did you ever, tell me what skin you wanted? Can't remember. Because if you want a skin, let me know. It's in the game and I can do it, like, really quick. So, yeah, you should, let me know. The skins in Starground now is, I use a UV mapping thing, so it works. It's pretty easy to add new skins. I don't even know what to get. You can do basically whatever you want. These are some of the skins that are in the game right now. You got default, well, the 4. Xorby, Evil Twin, Monk, Business Competitive, Training Dummy, Ancient Automaton, Paper Robot, Godot, Graham, Sil, Maxwell, Hawaiian Shirt XP, Ace Man, me, Dylan, Meebo, and Narp. I'll be Ancient Automaton for a minute. The Godot one looks really stupid. Why? It looks epic. Wonder who made Narp? Yeah. All skins look really cool. Thank you very much, yeah. So welcome in. Does the multiplayer work better? Yeah, so one major upgrade from the demo multiplayer is that I use like Steam IDs to verify players. So if you join somebody, you won't lose your inventory anymore. I have improved upon that. Sorry, without the nubs. Well, I tried to do the nubs. Hopefully, once we get into the hat stuff, that's where the nubs will make their appearance. So. Okay, let's test out this help command. Nope. Apparently, multiplayer is a null value. What does this inherit from? The scene tree. Okay, so we gotta say root.getTree.multiplayer. Let's go see. Does it have that as a property in here? Just multiplayer? Yeah, it does. Okay, so that'll probably fix the issue. Let's try it again. No, it's still not happy. Can I just say root.multiplayer? Let's try that. There we go. Yeah, so we can... Why is kick? How come I can only do help and kick? Oh, right. It's because I don't have cheats enabled. So if I enable cheats, boom, now I can do all of those things. Okay, so I accidentally verified that. Think you have an idea for a hat? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I want to do hats soon. It's just I got to think of a good way to do it and whether I want it to be like a skin thing or if it's just like an object that you can find in the game and equip it live, you know, while you're playing. I don't know. So I'll have to see. It'd be basically like kind of like an artifact, but you can only have one equipped. Am I no clipping right now? I think I messed up the no clip. Yeah, it's got to be the opposite of no clip. Whoopsies. There we go. All right, help command I think is done. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. I do need to test it for the server, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. Hey, thank you for the speen. So yeah, I think we're good on that one. All right, back to the grind. We just saw the localized price for Brazil. Pretty good and affordable. Nice. Yeah, I have it set up to, you know, what's the word? Localized through like Steam's recommendations. So hopefully it's good and fair. Why am I laughing at AI? Laughing at it? Oh, the chair? Yeah. It's a funny little guy. Yeah. Okay, so the kick command already does the username stuff. Yeah, I think we did the kick command. So it's going to do that stuff. Player has been found. Yeah, we're passing in the username. It'll say player has been kicked. Let's make that gray. You have been kicked. All right. So that should be good. Next command, the kill command. We've got to modify that so you can actually specify a person to kill. Also in here, I think I can just say infinite damage. As long as that doesn't cause issues. We'll see. Pretty much more than a day wage? Oh, jeez. Yeah. That's pretty expensive. Let's see, bye-bye. Caller ID. See, now this one we don't have to say RPC ID. Just say take damage.rpc. Yep, that should be good there. Okay, almost there, guys. I promise we're getting there. All right, so now instead of active player, this is where we've got to get the username and stuff, so. Okay, so let's run this. If our argument size is greater than 0, well, then we don't even have to check that because it'll always be that. So for our username, then we're going to have for our player reference, which is a type of player. So we're going to loop through args at 1, get all the stuff. As long as we have at least 2 arguments, then we have a username. So var ID is, actually we're going to do this differently. We're going to do it how we did in like here. Let's grab all this. Boom. So if arg size is greater than 2, we go from 1. So if player reference take damage infinite, and then we send it to player reference dot get multiplayer authority. Yeah, that should work. How do you print in color? Yeah. You can just do print_rich, and then you can specify like rich text labels. So you can say colors red and then say ha ha ha, and now it's going to print out as red. So. Let's see, player reference. So this should all be good in here. And then I'm just going to lastly else player not found, you know. Player not found. Then return. And yeah. Okay, I think we're getting there, guys. We're working our way down. That's a lot of the commands that we just need. Those are all the ones that require player reference. Well, there's a couple more in here, but a lot of these will be a lot easier. So they take damage. It sends a message to them that says, you know, bye-bye. And then let's also send one to the caller ID. I'll send that as just a regular RPC. And I'll just say, bye-bye, you know, username. All right. So let's go test that really quick. So if we say kill Joe, oops, cheats are disabled. No, I didn't mean to click quit. Enable cheats. Kill Joe. Joe not found. Kill myself. There we go. Oops, also our username. I always forget about that part, but we gotta say username's equal to player reference dot username. We gotta make sure I did that all up here too. Kill, kick. Help. That one should all be good in here because you don't really say their name. Say my name. And then this one needs to be fixed, I think. No, we're good there. Okay, continuing on. The mature command. This one's easy because you don't have to get a player reference. So we don't even have to really change anything. We just say, get all the animals, set their growth level, send a message, made all the animals adults. Or this one, we made all the animals babies, and then that's it. It's already done. Okay, next command. Mining speed. This one's going to be a little funny. We do have to get the player reference, unfortunately. But we've almost got it ready to go here. I know there's a lot of time we're spending on this, guys, but fortunately we have to. I do apologize. So if it's greater than or equal to 2, let's see. So get rid of that one. So if we have at least 3 args, then go ahead and loop through 0, 1, 2. What is this? Enable cheats. Oh, kill Joe. Joe not found. Kill myself. That's a pretty good clip. So if we specify a username here, we're gonna loop through and set it. And then we say, yeah, get the player reference. Okay, boom. Now down here we say f player reference. If it's a valid float, we say player reference that, player reference that. Mining speed set to for player username. Alright. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. We've only got like 1 million more to go. Alright. Next one. Move speed. Okay, yeah, move speed is next. I'm just thinking. But grab all this stuff. Put it in there. As long as our arguments are greater than 2. Shoot. Oh. Args containing the command itself is wild. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just I'm passing in everything that the player is entering in, so... Okay, username is set to that. I forgot to do that on the other one. Shoot. Shoot. Also, one thing I forgot to do is if the player doesn't exist. I have to say, player not found. I feel like I'm trapped in limbo right now, guys. The command limbo. Okay, player not found. Boom. You know, in a couple years, it'll be okay. Thank you for the speed. Alright. Looks like we're good. Oh, we're getting there slowly, extremely slowly, but almost. Next one, no clip. You know. Let's copy all this stuff again. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, because I can specify true or false. I'll make it so it doesn't toggle anymore. Shoot, we got so many arguments in here. Okay, let's just do this one. Oh, right, we gotta get player reference and username. Okay, if it's greater than or equal to 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Then we loop through, get the username, all that stuff. If we have a player reference, do that. Otherwise, say, hey, where's the player? We also say username is equal to player... Oh, God. Would you separate to the arguments from the actual function? If it's to use provided otherwise toggle. Well, it's because, like, I need to know the username. I mean, I can toggle it for yourself, I guess, right? Or are you just saying... Okay, so here's one issue, is that since usernames can contain spaces, I need to check if, like, the username always has to be the last argument. Because I basically merge all the arguments together to get one username for the player, right? So, it's kind of stupid how that works, but... I'll figure that out. Maybe there's a better way I could go about getting a player reference or something. I mean, for no clip, you're writing code twice. You could just store the new state and target user in a temp var. So you're saying instead of having a true or false thing at all, you just say make it only toggle? Is that basically what you're saying? Because I can do that. I mean, it's really not that hard to. I can just say a no-clip username and then just toggle it, right? So then if player reference.noclip, I mean, no one's going to specify true or false, I think, so that's fine. And then we just say return, say player reference.noclip is false. Disabled noclip. For player username. And otherwise, if it's true, then if it's false, we're setting it back to true. Let's say enabled noclip for player. Now I get rid of all that stuff. Player not found, noclip username. No, just do checks before. If they have a specified state, you save it to a var. Okay. If you didn't, you toggle in a var. Same for user. Just write the logic for the no clip once. Okay, so you just mean like, but the thing is I have to send different messages. I mean, I could change this. I could create a variable for this thing, but it's just it's just an either or thing. It'll be fine. I'll just make it a toggle. It's probably going to be the easiest way to do it anyways. So we should be good to go. Yeah, it just makes sense anyways. All right. Oh yeah, last thing then in here that I gotta change. Then I don't need to check that anymore. Let's see if it's greater than 1. If it's at least 2, okay. So we should be good now here. Well, it's always going to be greater than 1. There's no case where it isn't. So just do that. All right. No clip is done. Permission command is next. So for permission, I think I just duplicated the whitelist one. We're going to change that a bit, but... Well, so now in all these like default user things, let's find all that. It's going to be in the whitelist command. We're going to say permission level, right? By default is 0 now. So what's ever in here. And down it here. And that's only for if those things don't exist, right? So. Otherwise, it just is equal to whatever. So, yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, because we say default user is just whatever exists there or whatnot. Okay, so we should be good to go. So back to the permission command. This is the one that we need to work on. So we've got all this stuff in here. This is just getting the user and stuff. So we're going to grab that. Permission level is going to be whatever that is. So this is going to be permission set and level. So var permission level is going to be equal to args 4. Let's see. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And let's also just run a quick check if that's actually a valid permission too. I don't really have to check that anymore. So if, right, args4.is valid int first off, then we say var temp arg is args4.toInt, and if temp arg is greater than or equal to 0 and temp arg is less than or equal to 3, then we say permission level is temp arg. Otherwise in here, we send a message, right? No, this is just wrong. I need to say if arg size is 4. So 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4. Really, it should be 5. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should be 5. So. Thank you for the cheese time. Jose Medusa, what's up? Welcome in. I don't know if I read that message or not. Okay. Floor ID. And now this message is going to say permission level must be between 0 and 3. Okay, so that's just gonna, you know, make sure that this is a real number we can use. Then we got all this stuff, ID. I think I already swapped these around, so that should be... Oh, I might not have. Wait, ID is 2. 0, 1, 2? Oh. Yeah, it's all messed up. Because this has got to be like this. So on this one, ID is 3, or ID is different. Ah, okay. Let's just copy the ban list one since that one's already working. And let's just rebuild this because it's kind of a mess. So if arg size is greater than or equal to 5, get rid of that. Oops. Yeah, I messed up, guys. Okay. Let's finish wrapping house stuff for the day. Yeah, ready to enjoy the Saturday night. Nice. Ramping up the social media grind. Kind of feels like a fun puzzle/challenge to solve. Yeah, I feel that. Back mode the grass this apartment, so yeah. This is, oh, accents twice. Just get rid of that for now. Okay, let's fix all this stuff in here that I messed up. Okay, we've got to do this thing in here. Yeah, sorry, not automation yet. I thought I was going to get around to it sooner, but just so I'm not deceiving anybody, we'll say, more server nightmares. And then we'll get around to it. Thank you for the beans, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so this checking if 4 is a valid int, all that stuff. Okay. Then, oh yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Many speens. All right. Let's see what we got here. So this is going to check the... Oh, yeah, we can't use that as the... It's okay. We have to say permission set. And then we got to pick the one in here. Hey! Wait, what? What? Why did the confetti just go off? Nobody subscribed, did they? Oh, there we go. It's just Twitch. Twitch was a little funny. Okay. But thank you so much, Robbie. I appreciate it. I don't know why it went so early before you actually did it, but odd. Should make Speed's Beamer only the top chair spins? Yeah. That'd be awesome. Which allows you to subscribe and only send the notification after. Weird, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This hasn't happened before, though. Yeah, we haven't been that premature. Premature confetti, I don't think. What is this stuff? Ban status? I should just change this function to just be set permission, because there's no other... Right. I'll just call it set permission. And then the level 0 to 3. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay. So now I've got to change stuff again. Whoa! Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Robbie. That's awesome. Why did you do 2? What's going on? Is it, did somebody else subscribe? Or is it... I have no idea. But thank you so much, Robbie. That's epic. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. So we don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, I just got to clean up a lot of this code in here. Permissions of player. Permissions of... What? This is going to be our ID. To permission level. Okay. Trying to collaborate, you always ignore it. You mean like working on a game or something? I don't know. I'm too occupied with Starground to really do anything else right now. Okay, let's delete all that stuff. Okay, is this command? Let's see. Now I've got to rename this command. Is this too long of a command to type out? Should it just be called set perm? Probably. Okay, let's resave that. Go back into our commands table. Let's go to the permission command. Set perm. Okay, back into this command. We gotta... Whoa! Oh my god, is it gonna be another massive delay? Let's see, let's see. Thank you so much, Lemur. I appreciate it. That's awesome. 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so size should be greater than 4. Hey yo, and I got a hype train going. Thank you, gamers. I really appreciate it. Once you type the message for the message actually appears. Okay, weird. I guess that's probably so. Like, if you just go to sub without paying, does it like activate the notification or what? Or is it only just like after you... Okay, it's after you pay. Okay, so that should be, yeah, 1. Okay, so permission level must be 0 and 3. Okay, so that's set. Now the ID stuff. So this is going to loop through... Yeah, 3 to args.size. So that's going to be the last one. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's fine. 3. And then 2 is whether it's a Steam name or not. Yeah, Steam user. So true or false. Okay. Then we get our default user, which is going to be this. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's weird that it does 2 when you gift a sub. I don't know what's up with that. Thank you so much, Liam. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, gamers, for all the subs. It's awesome. Yeah, it's funny that it sends twice. You can't be stopped. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I've leveled 2. That's crazy. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. It's awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Ow, just pinched my finger. I'm playing with some pliers. Thank you, gamers. We're so hyped right now, let's go. Guys, don't feel like you have to gift stuff. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my god. It's going crazy in here. My goodness, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Subbed to Dylan for 7 months, and then yeah, I know. I'm also subbed to Dylan, but Dylan never streams, so it's kind of wasted. But well, thank you, gamers, so much for all the subs. I do really appreciate it. I'm gonna work even harder to finish the Starground update now. I think this command's good. We'll have to test that one out because I haven't tested it before, but. Oh, let's continue. I feel like we're getting there, guys. Don't worry. Oh yeah, this is the stop command, so... this one should already be good to go. It's just if size is 1 and we're the server, then save the game, say bye-bye. And yeah. I think that's it. Gonna work even harder than spaghetti, I know. It's not too bad. It's not too much of a mess. It's okay. Kind of. It's kind of a mess. Nah, I think all these other commands are basically ready to go, so I think we should be able to fix them up. So hey, welcome in. I worked on some of the translation, add some comments here and there. Awesome. Cool. I will go through that after stream and respond to all your comments and elaborate on what they are. I don't know if I can put images directly inside of the translation sheet, so we'll see. But yeah. Don't know. If not, I could just send them in the translation chat on the Discord server, so. Oh yeah, I don't even have to do this anymore. I just have to say set time. Set time to that. Time is invalid. Okay, time command is done. We're almost there, guys. Get on images and Google Sheets? Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know about a comment, though. That's kind of the thing I don't know about. So we'll see. Okay, we gotta do another player one. Let's go grab our player reference stuff here. So let's see. There's a bunch of different kinds of commands, like, because you can do teleport to a specific player and stuff, you know? We'll work on the TP command more, but for now we'll just get a reference to the player, I think. So why is that bad? Oh. So TP, X, Y, and username. What is this? I can open our hype chest? Yo. Got a little emote. I'm sharing an emote. Thank you so much, guys, again for the subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, having context on things I feel is a must to get the right one. Yeah. Sounds good. I will definitely reply to those as soon as I can. Okay, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, as long as it's greater than 4. We're going to get the player stuff, and now we have a player reference. So as long as our positions are valid, so if we have a player reference, now we can say all of this stuff. Region ID. Might have to change some stuff there. We'll see. Hit everything in the US needs a credit card. Does it? I mean, all the stuff that I've ever bought has been with a debit card. I do have I do have an Amazon credit card, but I can only use it on Amazon, so... Otherwise, it seems like normally you can just use your debit card wherever. I don't think that's true. Maybe if you don't have like a US debit card or something, but I've never had any issues. Everything online, I just use my debit card, even when it says credit card. Because that's what a debit card is. It's basically just a credit card, but it just points to your own bank account instead of like a credit. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of odd if you need to use a credit card. I don't think that's... I've never had that. There's a lot of companies ask whether I want to use credit or debit. Yeah, that's weird, because here it basically just prompts you, like, enter in your info, and it can be either your credit or your debit card. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so your card does both. I guess that's... Yeah, that's interesting. Because here, if like your debit card is a different card from your credit card. So... Yeah. I recommend stop doing debit card. Well, I don't do it anywhere weird. I mean, the only place that I use my debit card is like Amazon. So I don't try and use my debit. I don't ever buy from weird websites anyways, so literally it's only from like Amazon and stuff. May know data leaks and all that, but the problem is I don't have a credit card, so I can't. I have to use my debit card. Eventually my Amazon card, I think, after a year or something, becomes a regular credit card that I can use other places. It's like a trainer one, because I don't have any credit, so... Some banks issue different cards, mine doesn't, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do have my Amazon credit card, I just can't use it anywhere else yet. It's because it's like a trainer card or whatever. But soon... I will do it. Teleported, let's see. Username to that position. Okay. That bank gives me way too much trust. My limit is like double my salary. Oh, really? That's insane. Huh. Yeah, my Amazon limit is like 500. I think that goes way up after it's out of the trial run period or whatever, so. My wife and I both just got credit cards years ago, and we just use ours, and now have a shared cashback one. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice for the cashback. It's... Usually I just... Because, like, I have my Amazon card, and that gives me cashback, so I just... buy something and then immediately pay it off. So... Because, yeah, it's bad to actually treat it as, like, money that you... You know, like, you should only buy stuff with your credit card if you can immediately pay it back. So... what command question? I'm thinking of making a website/service that you register at and add changelog URLs to it. Okay. We'll see what/when change when people change packages, APIs, etc. Yeah. That would be interesting. I mean, honestly, yeah, I mean, personally, I don't really like connecting my apps and stuff with online connectivity unless I need to. Like, I want people to be able to play Starground stuff offline, so I don't know. It's definitely a cool idea. I don't know if it's something that I would personally use. Just because it's... I don't know if I want to go through the whole trouble of setting up HTTP requests and stuff to pull that data. But I could definitely see the use case, though. And particularly for games that require online connectivity anyways to play. You know, stuff like a multiplayer game that doesn't have a single player mode or whatever like that. I could see the use case, but yeah, that would be interesting. I think usually companies and stuff and businesses just do that by themselves. They just put all the changelogs up on their own internal servers, but I could see using that as like or having a subscription service for that could be pretty interesting. So. Oh, okay, it would just be... Okay, so it wouldn't be like for... Okay, so it's like, has a list of all the different, yeah, APIs and updates with that stuff, okay. Yeah, I don't know, I guess the question would be whether GitHub and stuff like that already handles that, and how well it handles that. Because I guess, the thing with, like, making a product is always there has to be a reason for people to actually use it. So, but yeah, I'd look into that. But I could see I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, the thing is, if I'm being completely honest with you, I wouldn't pay for that because I don't really use any APIs and stuff that I use. And if I use something on GitHub, I just star the repo and then, you know, it tells me anyways when it updates. So maybe if it was like a free thing, I guess I could see it, but then I guess it becomes a question of how do you make money off of it, right? So I don't know. GitHub can give you notifications. GitHub repos change, like for external APIs. Yeah, that's true. I just don't use APIs enough for me to really use that, but I could see the benefit of that. Especially if you're, yeah, just like directly accessing APIs through, you know, addresses and stuff, not just through a GitHub repo. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Other people probably have way more feedback on that, people that do web stuff, so. Okay, let me make sure this is all good. Okay, so that's gonna go for 3. Yeah, so if it's... Okay, if it's greater than 3. If it's 4 at least, then it's gonna scrape the username, so it'll go from there. 0, 1, 2, 3, yes, otherwise it'll just be me. So if args1 and args2 are both valid floats, then we, yeah, grab all those. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Let's see, play reference. Okay, so here I set velocity, position. Now this is one issue, is that since this is running on the server, I need to set some of this stuff on the client. I will have to figure out how to do that, because otherwise it's not really going to work. I could probably just call a function inside of the player to teleport them. I mean, at least for now. I know this is a security risk, but it already is anyways. It doesn't matter. I'll fix it one day. You know, if there's somebody cheating on the server or whatever, just kick them. Doesn't really matter. Ugh. And we're back. Welcome back. How's it going? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and call all this stuff, Alright, all of this stuff, just say player reference .tp and just do all this inside of the player. It's just going to be the easiest way to do it for now. This is not going to be a permanent thing, but yeah. So velocity becomes 0, global position becomes position. I say get node camera, reset smoothing. We say region ID is that. I say global set region ID, global stop music. So we're just really going to pass in position. I think that's the only thing we need. So this is going to be a vector2, args1.2 float, args2.2 float. Oops. Let's go make sure we're all good. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. The dispo picked up some Chinese. Nice. I do love Chinese food. That's probably my one of my favorite cuisines, you know? It's just banging. I mean, burgers and pizza are fine. They're good, but exotic food is more fun. For after stream today, I should be. I've got to go eat dinner and stuff after, obviously, but I think I will be. Yeah, if you want to call or play games or do whatever, I can, I think. Let me make sure we're all good here. So that's going to call... That actually has to call it as an RPC ID for... Right, player reference dot get multiplayer authority. What now? Oh, there we go. That's going to send an RPC, so teleported username to... And don't say that, because that's going to be out of date by the time it gets there. Here, let's just say var pause is that. There we go. Okay, and then otherwise, if there's no player reference... There's so many commands in Starground, guys. You don't think about it until you actually go through and fix them all. So hey, welcome in. How's it going? So we got an ad starting in just a minute. My apologies, gamers. I hate the ads, trust me. Hey guys, I think we are so close. We've just got whitelist and zoom limit. That's it! Oh. Ads, have a sub. Yeah, dude. So this is going to be basically just like the no-clip command. Probably be faster just for me to copy all this and then do it. Yeah. Just replace a couple things in here. And I think I did not pass that in here, right? Yep. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, now instead of just no clip, I just say zoom limit. Zoom limit, all that stuff. Okay. And we'll use that message. And that'll no longer be true false, just username. Then disable zoom limits for player. Okay. Yeah, you're sub now. It's epic. Okay, so let's run through this really quick if we've got a player, otherwise you can't find the player. We set the zoom limit. If it's true, we set it to false and we disable, otherwise we set it true and enable. Okay, that's done. Yeah, apparently mods do get ads, which is stupid. It's kind of really dumb. I don't know. Twitch is so stingy when it comes to their money and their advertising. But whatever. So yeah, zoom limit is now going to have to be at export. Right? And then synced on the server. Because if we go look at the no clip, or not the no clip, but the God command. God. Yeah, I just say zoom limit true, so. Yeah, we gotta sync that also, which is fine. We might also have to sync that. And that. Okay. Well, that's a little annoying. So speed time, speed timer, speed command modifier. Gotta go do all those too. So, hey Mars, what's up? Welcome in. So mining time, mining timer. Let's go to the first reference, please. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. Might just make that an RPC. Kind of like how we have with the TP command or whatever. We'll see. Okay, ads are over, guys. My apologies. I do apologize. Because it'll enable no clip and zoom limit just fine now. But mining time and timer will be stupid, and speed command modifier. Speed command modifier, I suppose we can just sync really quick. Man, I don't think I set it to anything, so should be okay. Oh, is that up in the entity? It is. Well, that's fine. We'll just export it there. So that's how can we say demo? Yeah, I can open up the game in just a second so we can test some stuff here. Let's see, speed command modifier. Right there on change. We're almost done, guys. We're so close. And the only other thing is this stuff, which is the mining time and mining timer. This is basically just our base mining time, which is 0.5. But now the current mining timer... we're modifying that, so we can't really change that easily. Let's see, match case, whole word. Mining time. That's just like the base, yeah, amount. So we can sync that one. Sync mining time on the server. That way also if you change that on the server, it works on the multiplayer. Then the final one. Mining timer. I can't really make a function for it or sync it because it's going to be broken, but I can just create a function, which is function reset mining timer. And then I say mining timer is equal to 0. I think that's what we want to do. So we go back into God. So now we say player reference dot reset mining timer dot RPC ID player reference. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just say RPC. So now I don't have to say mining timer in here anymore. I just say dot reset mining timer dot RPC. Oh. Okay. So back in our mining speed command also, I think it's broken in there now. So yeah, mining timer, we just want to say reset. Move speed should be okay now. No clip should be fine. Set permissions is good. Zoom limit is good. Okay guys, the last one ever. The whitelist command. I am going to copy the ban list command because it's the same frickin' thing and just go do it. Okay? And then we're done with our commands finally, I think. I know that it's taken quite a lot of time, but it's okay. If I send you my Minecraft skin, I think you'd be able to copy as Starground skin. Yeah, I should be able to. It's actually kind of funny how close the two are, just format-wise. So, whitelist status. Let's change that variable up here, ban status, to whitelist status. Up to the whitelist. / whitelist add remove as Steam user. Okay, I think that's literally it. It's basically the same command. Oh my god, guys. Okay. I think we're good. Oh. Well, now all the commands are server side. Hopefully they all work. There's a bunch of these we need to test, but yeah. So let's go ahead and export for the server. I just want to see like if this is gonna work. We'll see here. All right, exported for the server. Let's go ahead and run it. And let's make sure everything in here is okay. All right, watch this, guys. We're gonna run the help command. So these are the commands we can do as the server. We can say help, kick, whitelist, banlist, permission, and stop. Permission is the wrong command. Uh-oh. It's supposed to be set perm. Yikes, guys. Alright, let's retry this. Ba 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 ba. You guys know? Minion song? Okay. Well, let's try this. Go to build. Go to server. Server is exported. Run the server. Then let's also go ahead and connect as a client, you know, to do all that. So if we say /help, boom, those are the commands we can do. We can say /whitelist, right? Do all that stuff. We can say /kick. The folder is still, yeah, Forger game. It's kind of funny. It's been like that for a long time. All right, let's connect to the server. I can just do localhost for now. Server's connecting. Big void is here. So now if we say kick this guy. Uh-oh. Wasn't supposed to do that there. What do you mean kick command? Okay. You've been kicked, so that worked. I think it's because I put a space there, and so it was like, command not found. Let's go take a look at that, though, because it was not supposed to say that. Let's go parse command. Yeah, I think it's said in here. No, those are the caller ID. It should be okay. That's kind of odd. I think it was in the kick command or something. Oh, did I run a double kick thing? Okay. Might be what's going on. Let's connect again, or see if we can replicate what happened here. So is that what happened? Probably. But see, it should only be sending that message for me as the console, so let's make sure it is. See, why is it saying it there? That's not supposed to happen, right? What's my server ID? It's obviously not that. I don't know. Maybe I am by accident, but... So when I run parse command, this should only be ran on the server. Oh, unless I'm being stupid. I'm probably doing it different in here. Yeah. Parse command.rpc ID 1. That's probably what's happening. Otherwise, I just send the message there. Let's re-export. Let's re-export. Let's re-export. Add who am I command. That's probably a good idea, honestly. Just prints out your ID. It's not a bad idea. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. Server's up. Now if I say /kick, yeah, it should be okay this time, but we'll see. Yeah, F3 does show your ID, but you can't check that if you're in the console. I mean, I guess if you're in the console, you know that you're the server, but yeah. So if I say /kick that, why is it still printing in there? Doesn't make any sense. So in here, I'm running parse command on the server, right? Then parse command. This is only ran on the server. Caller ID is multiplayer.get remote sender ID, so whoever sent the function call. Then this is it right here. Send chatbox message RPC ID. Oh, am I stupid? No. What's going on here? So in here, I just say if the player is valid, format username, player.getNode, set message. It's very odd. What happens if I call that command or a command I can't run from the player, right? So let's say /kick. And see, that doesn't get called on the server because it should only be say that for who called it. So if I say /kill or something, yeah, cheats are disabled. It's really odd. So why would it, though, like, obviously if I just send something as not a command, it's okay. But if I run that, then it says failed to run command. It's not supposed to tell you. What's going on here? Okay, it seems like it's happening. It's not saying command not found, right? Unless it is. Let's check. Okay, it still is even saying that. So what is happening? If it begins with a slash, then say parse command, and then I set it back to nothing, so it shouldn't be calling this ever. This is so odd. What is happening, guys? That's so weird. It's happening with all these too. It's saying failed to run command. So even if we go look at one of these, like the whitelist command, and we go to the bottom, send chat box message, and player is that, get remote sender ID. Oh. So send chat box message. Maybe I just need to change this to if is multiplayer authority. Is that our issue? Let's try that. Okay. And I say, ayo. And then if I type something here, okay, now it's not sending anything. I'm quite confused, guys. Let's go look in the chat box. Is what this should do down in here. When we send a message on the player, it's going to say, yeah, global.main.parse command RPC ID 1. Otherwise, we just send a message to everybody. So this is happening from the server. It should be fine. Because this is going to grab the remote sender ID, which is the client, and then it sends that only back to that person, right? So it doesn't matter if you're the authority or not. And actually, yeah, that won't work because only the server will ever be the authority of this function call. So now we say player is get the remote sender ID. Actually, this doesn't make any sense. We should just say player is the active player. Yeah, because right here, if the active player is valid, then we do that stuff. I guess that's just for saying who it was sent from, maybe? Set message. Oh, this is for the little pop-up box thing, but okay, that's fine. So yeah, it should just be saying, are we a valid player? Right? Then we do all this stuff. And then we set the message. So what is happening? It doesn't make any sense that sending something on here is sending to everybody. Yeah, I probably should. I'll just say setting the speech bubble on a player that sent message. Okay, let's see here. So that's gonna happen there. Why would sending... Okay, if I send a message here, kick, it's running failed to run command, proper usage. So if we go into what kick is. So first off, from the server side, let's start from the very beginning. The server is gonna say, hey, we're running a command here. So go ahead and send this to the server to parse the command, which this is the server, so it doesn't really matter what we say here. But now we're going to go ahead and say parse command to server or multiplayer ID of 1. Okay. So now here we are. This is all still on the server side. We're getting the remote ID, so the caller ID is the server. It's 1. So now none of that plays, so we say, okay, you can run the command, go ahead and load the command, pass in the caller ID, so that should be 1 still. So now if we go to the kick command, it's going to say failed to run command. So it's going to send this back to the server again, send chat box message. This is still on the server. So since this is a dedicated server, it fails to do this. This dies. It says if the player is active, then go ahead and add the message. For some reason, does the console have a valid reference to active player? I mean, maybe that's the issue. That would be really weird, though. Let me go make sure. So here we go. Set multiplayer name. If is multiplayer authority. So it really should not have any reference to active player. It would be very odd if it did. It shouldn't be possible. It just wouldn't make any sense. Why, server? Why? So odd. Unless somehow this is being red is like input or something, right? Wouldn't make any sense. Because this is just printing out whatever you send. So inside of the loop, we're going to send a message. Just send chat box message. This is quite puzzling. Okay, so the only way that it would be adding a message to this player is if this is being called on the player. Let's just print out on the player what the multiplayer authority is. Obviously, it should just be whatever our authority is right here. Let's see. What? Doesn't make any sense. How is our multiplayer authority 1? Oh, multiplayer authority is not that. Multiplayer authority is just getting who owns that object. We need to say right. Get multiplayer ID or whatever. I think we have to say multiplayer peer. Get unique ID is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, I would have freaked if somehow we were the server also. That would be bad. Okay, so if I run this, it should now go ahead and just print out our ID, which it did. So how is this possible? How is this function even being ran, I guess, is my inquiry right now. It's like, because it shouldn't be possible. So let's just go take a really close look at this kick command. We're going to say caller ID, send chat box message, RPC ID with the peer ID. So it should be 1. Which means it's only going to send to the server. Right? So how is this being ran? Doesn't make any sense. Am I missing something here? No, the server is always 1. But I just don't know how it's being called. Unless RPC ID, like, doesn't work how I think. But that would be very odd. This one should be, you know, caller ID, actually. Let's test if another player joins. I want to see if it goes between just the clients or if it's just a console exclusive issue, right? Okay, so if I say run a error here, kick, failed to run command. See, it doesn't say it for this person, right? Because obviously it wouldn't. If I send a regular message, then yeah, it plays for the other person too. But if I say /kick Joe or whatever and I can't run the command or player Joe not found, you know. Ooh, why is help not sending anything back? That's a little odd. Because help doesn't seem to send any message back. So I might have to take a look at that. I might have just messed it up. Oh, I did. Um... I don't know, man. Also, how come I'm able to say kick? Can I actually kick somebody right now? Okay, that's not supposed to happen. Because this person should have a permissions level of 0 right now. So how come I can kick other people? Let's go take a look at that code. Let's see if we can fix that bug really quick. I feel like something's wrong, or like I'm doing something weird, you know? Okay, so somebody runs the kick command. It's just gonna run in here. Well, first off, before it does anything, it should run the parse. It should say parse command on the server. Unless somehow I'm not running parse command right. Now you can see it's global main parse command ID 1. So we're going to check our permissions. I am doing that, right? Or did I forget to? Yeah, right here. If our get unique ID is 1... Oh, I'm stupid. I need to check if caller ID is 1. It just made everybody the server. Okay, that's fixed, but still doesn't fix our other issue. So wait, I don't think I'm doing anything with permission level here, am I? Command is console only. If that, then we get that. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Let's make that happen. So if... This like giving me slight anxiety. Yeah. Permission level is greater than or equal or less than, right? Our command data.get permission level. Return, and then also go ahead and send a message back that says you do not have permission to run this command. All right, so that should fix the permissions thing. Let's go ahead and re-export, just make sure that this is all as I expect. It's for a myhouse.wad video? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I never even knew what it's for. Let's close that. Let's export one more time. It's probably bad if I export while the server's open, so... It's just, yeah, just to be safe. When unused, yeah. And, okay. Server's exported. Let's go check the permissions again. It's gonna be the only thing we're gonna do today, huh? Is just stupid server permissions. Tired of it. I'm tired of it taking so long. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, guys. It's just a nightmare to test everything. Yeah, see, it shows 1. This is so odd. Is it because of who's sending? No. Oh, dear God. Okay, let's go test this. I should not have permissions for anything. So I should say, if I say kick, yeah, you do not have permissions to run this command. And if I say help, it should only show the ones I can do, which that's broken because I'm not supposed to be able to whitelist, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have permissions to run it, so I wonder why help is showing me those commands. I probably did something wrong in the help command. So let's go take a look at that in the help command. So let's see. So if we're the server... Oh, I'm stupid. I have to say if... caller ID is equal to 1. Okay, that fixes that bug. But is it still doing this stupid thing? What? Okay, now it's not? Look, when I run kick here now, it doesn't say the things anymore. But then if I do it normal... Okay, I don't know, guys. Freaking hate this game. Whatever. I guess it's fine now. I decided that it's fine. So how come I can't click on the skateboard? Oh, I closed the server. Okay. I don't know, guys. Whatever, I guess it's fine. God, I just want to get this stupid dedicated public server up already. Now, Deblato's already snoozing, so I can't I can't send him the stuff anymore, so I'm gonna have to figure it out how to host it myself. You mentioned doing like some Cloudflare tunnel stuff, but I looked into that and I don't think it's that easy to do it with non-HTTP traffic, so I don't think we can do it very easy. Well, I have to use Cloudflare Spectrum, I heard, or something, but available on paid plans, so it's tunnels. But then apparently if it's tunnels, I saw somewhere that you have to then get like a Cloudflare client or something. Well, we can look at the tunnels. So yeah, how do I actually set this stuff up? Downloads. Okay. Might need to buy a domain then. Well, let's create an account. Sign up. These yours. I mean, I do want to set it up. I mean, I appreciate people that want to help and stuff, but it sucks when I need to do something or need to mess with something and then everyone's asleep. So it's like, it's kind of nice to have it in my control. No offense at all, right? It's just like, I just want to be able to change and mess with this stuff freely. Yeah, I should be able to get this working. So yeah, we have to add a domain. I mean, I have bigboygames.net. Well, let me do that. I do not know. Yeah, I mean, I'm using it for the website right now, but I should also be able to use it for... Can I also use the website domain for the server, or am I going to need a different domain? As long as it's in Cloudflare? Okay. I will try this then. Some common records are custom subdomains. An MX record is required. Okay. This is all the Wix stuff. Is this like private info? Should I not show people this? I already do? Okay. Cool. Should I continue to activation? Okay, yeah, I figured it's all public. Do I need to add any other DNS records in here? Do I need to add like a subdomain thing? I don't know how to do that. Also, is Wix going to complain if I'm using it as a server? I don't know. Okay. Do I need to go ahead and add another record in here for the subdomain? I've never really set up a subdomain, so I have no idea how to do that. Set up subdomain on GoDaddy. I'll click access on the left. Access. Launch Zero Trust. This one. Choose your team name. Big Boy Games. Free. Proceed to payment. Okay. I love when I have to add a payment method for free stuff, guys. It's so cool. I love that so much, guys. Just in case anything pops up here. Hold on, guys. You never know. I'm not going to get paid $1 billion for this, am I? Or have to get charged $1 billion because too much traffic or something? Oh, I have to put in my billing address. Add spend limits. Okay, well, I want my spend limit to be 0. Hold on, guys. Yeah, using a virtual card. I'll have to see how to make that. I don't really know. Okay, I'm in. Okay. So then you said access, networking. Networks. Networking. Tunnels. There we go. Okay. So add a tunnel. Probably have to download Cloudflared. What is this? Okay. Probably don't need that one. Yeah. Name your tunnel. Starground server. Oh no. Show the tunnel token, which is sensitive, and the last step. Okay. I'll be careful about that. Oh, thank God. This is the regular installer. No. It'll be fine. It's cropped? Okay. Yeah, I just want to see if we can get this kind of going. Ah, wait. This is the wrong computer. Okay. I gotta do this on my actual server computer. Well, that's okay. It's taking the time. It's taking a minute. Okay, well, you know what? I gotta... Email leaked? No, it's fine. That's just the business email. It's on the website. Okay, well, this is probably going to be a whole process to set up, isn't it? So I might go ahead and do this later. But yeah. Just run the service install command. Okay. It's taking forever. So how do you actually go about, like, after this step of installing the thing here and then running it? Is that like where you go in like routes, or is there like a in this tab or something? I look at this. It won't let me look at it. Okay, so I just set up what to route to, and then am I basically just routing like a local connection? So should I just say local host and then the port of the Starground server, or is it going to be to my public IP? Okay, just routing the local. All right, well then that should be pretty easy, because then worst case scenario or whatever, I can just turn off the tunnel if I need to. Not that I need to, but... All right, should be fine. Is this secure, or am I gonna get hacked? I don't know. Is it safe to put it on my home network? I mean, it's only the one port, so it should be okay. Yeah, so it should just be to the one port. So as long as I don't have anything sensitive there, it shouldn't matter. I mean, the only port that's used for is Starground, so... But I guess the question is, can people use Starground's port to do malicious things? Yeah, right, like buffer overflows and stuff. Or like injecting code into the game and then running something on my computer and then returning that data. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea. Because, I mean, I don't know how secure Starground is. Obviously, it's fine, like, when it's through Steam and stuff, but... I don't know. I want to see if I can just... I'm fine paying for a server hoster. I really don't mind. It's just, like, I gotta figure out how to set it up properly. I know there's that one that Deblato brought up. It's the, Hetzner web hosting. Because I might feel a little bit better about that, you know? Having it be a completely different computer from my personal stuff. OVH server hosting. Yeah. You know, I don't really need anything. Sheesh, what the? Okay, those are probably like the big servers, right? Never mind, those are the small ones. Let's see here. Virtual private servers? Is that what I want? Probably. Like, I'm absolutely fine paying $4 a month for the server. I'd say my cap would probably be around 10. I could start with this server, just the value one, and then... Oh, well, these are AMD servers, though. That's nice. Well, it doesn't really matter. But this is 2 cores for a cheaper price. And then, wait, why wouldn't I get this one, then? It's better. Yeah. I might just do that. I mean, the Cloudflare stuff is an interesting concept, but I guess the thing with Cloudflare is it assumes that the machine you're running it on or the program that you're actually passing through the port is secure in and of itself, right? And so that's kind of the problem. Is like, I'm pretty sure that Starground is fine, and I don't really think there's any easy exploits, but I'm not 100% sure. So I don't want to take any risks with that. That would be pretty bad if somebody took all my passwords and stuff, so yeah. Starground server on Docker. I keep hearing about this Docker. It's like a Docker container. Can you buy servers on Docker or something? Docker's free? Okay. Because I can export as a Linux server, so I can do that. So how does Docker even work? Okay. Like, for Docker, I mean, am I able to have a public server with Docker? Run a VM with less overhead? Okay. Like, is Docker like a cloud server kind of thing, or is it not? I know there's a Docker container, which is like a thing that you put. Okay, Docker does run on your PC. But then doesn't that kind of cause the same issue? Or is it that it's because it's a virtual... Okay, yeah, it's isolated. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to research all this stuff. Hey, Off the Rails, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? How's your stream today? Yeah, I'm just looking into server hosting stuff for Starground. Write a compose file for using Docker? Yeah, that's compose file. Oh God. My 2 viewers, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, I think we were going down the Cloudflare tunnel. But then I realized, like, well, the problem with Cloudflare is it's fine if you know that your software is secure on that socket, but there's probably an exploit in Starground that somebody could figure out. So I don't really want to do that because it's kind of dangerous to have that on my local machine. Docker is a thing, and I guess you can, like, it creates an isolated version or an isolated, like, virtual machine, basically, but I don't know. It's just... Yeah, basically I just want to run a public server without dying. Yeah, I heard about DigitalOcean. I mean, maybe that would be good. What's the pricing? GPU droplets? I don't need GPUs. What do really even want here? There's like a bunch of different ones. Databases. Wouldn't go with Docker locally. Yeah. Droplets is what I want. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to look at the pricing of all these. I mean... Shut up. I mean, this one's fine. It's only a 10 gig SSD, though, which is kind of tiny. I mean, when you look at the pricing of these other ones, like this one, you get a 40 gig SSD. 40 gigs, I know, is definitely enough. 10 gigs is probably also plenty for Starground, but I don't want to run into any problems with that, you know, so I don't know. And this is only 500 megabytes of RAM. That's really not that much. This one gives you 2 gigs. So I'd probably go with one of these because it just seems like a way better deal. I mean, I know that this is like this is technically cheaper or whatever for per hour or whatever. I think this is just a set rate, right? Per month. But yeah, I don't know. Guess you could also go with the big ones. Yeah, AWS, Google, and Azure. Yeah, I don't know. Those are also an option. Ocean or Linode are the 2 biggest players, unless you're going for the big leagues. Yeah. Linode. Let's look at the pricing for Linode. What? Just give me a list. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's dedicated CPUs, shared CPUs. Nanode 1 gig. I mean, this is fine. 1 gig of RAM is probably okay. Oh. 40 gigabits in? That's super fast. That's insane. That's like, how do I get that kind of internet, man? Yeah, up to 1 terabyte of transfer. That's probably okay. Storage is 25 gigs. Slow for servers, 40 gigabits per second? That's really fast internet, isn't it? That's insanely fast. I mean, I guess for like a data center, maybe it's slow, yeah, but for just a little game server, I think that's pretty freaking good. I don't think I'll need that. It's high memory plans, premium CPUs. Don't need any of that. GPU plans, those are expensive. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look around at some different prices. I hate the idea of having Starground or the server locally on my computer, you know? Like, I'm willing to pay like the $10 a month or whatever just for the peace of mind knowing that it's safe. And that even if somebody finds some exploit or something, it's just, there's nothing there. There's nothing on the machine other than the Starground server. So it would just make me feel a little more comfortable, probably. Because, you know, I've got private stuff on my network. I got my bank account passwords and stuff. I don't really want that to be at any risk. For Minecraft, whoa. Yeah, see, I could probably figure this out pretty easy on how to, like, configure it. See, that guy uses it. Yeah, see, that's also the other thing, too, is like, I mean, I've got my Minecraft server over there is pretty stable. It's pretty much got constant uptime. I mean, I have fiber now. But again, yeah, it's not worth all the trouble. I don't want to have any chance of issues. So it's fine if the server crashes and stuff. I mean, I'll just restart it and figure out the bug, but I don't want serious problems to deal with, you know? So yeah, I mean, so far this one's looking the most appealing, just price-wise to performance. I mean, the droplet one's kind of like not great. I mean, I could go for one of the larger options like the $12 a month, but then I might as well just go up to this one here and get 4 gigs of RAM and 80 gigabyte SSD. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, I mean, I can still lose power. Yeah, so it's just better just to get a freaking virtual server, man. All right. Well, looking at that, I think we are at the end of the stream though. Finally, I think the server is running well. We have the permissions on the commands, and that was like the final thing I wanted to do. Just because once we have the server set up, I want to be able to give people permissions to like kick people and just, you know, to have mods on the server so that if any issues come about, then we can deal with it. So, server files will be available soon. I have it set up here. Let's show you this really quick. It is like a Steam tool. Something for the hydrate. In here, so it'll be available once I publish it with 13.1. I just have to go click a button on Steam, and then you'll be able to access your own dedicated server files and stuff in here. So. And I might also put it on GitHub or something just in case people want it there, but it's really convenient with Steam because whenever I go to do a regular Steam game update, I can just throw in the dedicated server one in there too. So I'll probably just keep this one as the source to get it because this is actually free for everybody. You don't even need to pay for the tools for Steam. Anybody can get the tools, so yeah. Yeah, where's OVH located, availability and stuff. I'll definitely look into all of that, right? And like probably also read some reviews on all this stuff because that's important, I think. But yeah. Yeah, I'll probably try and get a server in the US or at least in North America just because I think most of the player base is in North America. So it would make sense. All right. Well, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I do apologize that I kind of debated all you guys with the title. Saying that we're going to do automation stuff. I didn't realize I was going to take a quadrillion years working on permissions, so I apologize, but it's okay. We will work on automation stuff hopefully tomorrow. I'm not gonna make any promises because look how that turned out, but yeah. All right, but at least the server stuff is feeling pretty good. I'm gonna do some testing tonight and make sure everything's good, and then hopefully I will get an actual dedicated server live and send out the IP and stuff. So yeah, I'll remember to fish. Let's go pick somebody to raid. Why don't we? Everybody's offline now. Whoa. Hypnotic's on, making Pong for the Game Boy. Is Hypnotic not there? Okay, Hypnotic is there, but invisible?
No.
Okay, he's talking, so I guess he's there. All right, we're gonna go raid Hypnotic. Well, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. Feel free to buy Starground if you want. Be on the lookout for the dedicated server soon. I'm gonna put up an announcement in Discord of the IP and stuff, and for 13.1. So yeah, that's gonna be it. All right, thank you, gamers, for coming. I'll see you all tomorrow at 3 p.m. MDT. So. Have a good rest of your day or night. And, bye-bye. Thank you for the speed. And Lemur, send me over your skin. So, yeah. Because, yeah. So I can add it into the game. Okay, bye, guys. Bye-bye. Sounds good.